Hey everyone, another first impressions video on a Crimsonscales character, this one the Artificer, who is kind of the Quattral Tinkerer inspired, goes really into the kind of Quattral subculture and really kind of diversifies it, has some really cool theme and definitely evolves on some of the kind of underpinning themes of the Tinkerer that I personally really enjoyed, which kind of drove me to pick that as my starting character. For those who don't know, Crimsonscales is a spin-off from Gloomhaven. It is a community-made expansion to Gloomhaven. It uses some of the components from the base game, but it kind of has its own characters, its own items, and its own kind of campaign that you can actually get a printed version of. You might not be able to get it anymore, but if you go to thecrimsonscales.com, you can actually download the files as a print and play, or you can even play it on Tabletop Simulator if you'd like to play sort of a digital version before you print everything out. This video is going out on my third Twitch birthday, my third Twitch anniversary, and the actual kind of organizers of the Crimsonscales kind of project, Board Game 613, who has now kind of started up Adex Games, who's making a new title called Rove, but they have offered a giveaway for me for my channel for this kind of event, which was incredibly kind of them. I was not expecting that whatsoever, but I'm giving away a copy of Crimsonscales to one lucky viewer who would like to. Sign up information is below if you'd like to enter. If you do already have Crimsonscales, there is an option there for you to either choose the kind of base game Crimsonscales, maybe the mini set instead, or even the Trail of Ashes, which was the expansion that has just kind of come out as well, another extra expansion with a few new characters. So if you do already have the Crimsonscales, there's still a reason to enter because you could upgrade your copy too. I am also doing a second giveaway for a base pledge copy of Rove from Adex Games when that comes to Kickstarter later this year. So more information down that below. It is their own game. It is a dungeon crawler. There is definitely some themes from Gloomhaven here, but they have really created their own game, and I have actually play tested it and it is very good. I did enjoy it quite a lot, so it's a very exciting project to look forward to. So yeah, chance to maybe get in early and get yourself a really good copy of that during the Kickstarter as well. Sorry this intro is starting to drag, but I have to thank all of the people over on Patreon who are supporting me. I really appreciate it. And Mike Kira for the legendary support. That's awesome, dude. Also, everybody over at twitch.tv/ManageRequest who comes and subscribes and really supports me over there as well. I really appreciate it, guys. Okay, let's get into the Artificer. Okay, so well, this is just a little thing on the Tinkerer that I found, right? So we'll just quickly read this just so that we can get like more of a frame of reference for the difference between the two, right? So the Tinkerer is a fairly common class of Quattral to be found in a large city. They are experts of crafting all manner of gadgets and elixirs, and they typically make a living selling them to those wishing to indulge in the convenience these creations offer. There are more adventurous tinkerers, however, who travel beyond the city's walls, using all the tools at their disposal to brave the wild in attempts to uncover ancient curiosities that may give insight into their research. So, I guess they do basically use kind of potions and gadgets and elixirs specifically there, right? So, so they're not like a strict, I guess they're not like a strict engineer. They're more kind of like, I mean, if they sell things as well, don't know. So anyway, that's how they explain the Tinkerer, right? So it says it's a fairly common class of Quattral. So it's probably fair to say that a lot of the Quattrals that you meet are probably Tinkerers, or there's a fair amount of Tinkerers, right? They're a very kind of generic type of Quattral, or occupation for a Quattral, whatever you want to call it, right? So if we go to the Artificer, though, we won't be looking at that quite yet. Let's go to here first. So Artificers are paragons of Quattral ingenuity. As masters of steam, gears, springs, magnets, and other esoteric contraptions, they represent the best of the inventive society. While it's common to find this collegium as advisors to merchant barons or professors within the university, this does not mean that artificers will shy away from adventuring, with an endless number of experimental devices that need field testing and ancient technologies lost to the ravages of time that need discovering. Artificers are more than willing to go on expeditions. So The fact that they're paragons of quattral ingenuity would like, these guys are kind of like, you know, the Einsteins of the quattrals, right? Like these guys are a layer above that, right? They're nerds, yeah. They're more respected, yeah. They're more respected. They are probably, they're masters of things, so they're, you know, maybe they're not so like, you know, they're more specialized, and they tend to be higher up in terms of like advising people. So yeah, they're like the heads of their field or whatever, right? Isaac has literally said at some point that Tinkers represent the main thrust of a quattral standing militia. Well, that is true. Don't know whether or not he meant that honestly, but you know. It's a good way of looking at it though, that they are like just your, like most quattrals will probably choose that profession, I guess, or that would be a profession that they naturally kind of fit into, right? Whereas you get artificers who are obviously much more respected, a bit more like they're masters in their field, and they're generally higher up the hierarchy, if you like. And obviously, look, they do like experimental devices and things and stuff. And they go on expeditions or whatever. So, yeah, just like a little bit more adventurous. It is a very, I mean, it's very close, right? There's not like much difference between the two, really. Just that the quattrals are not quite to the same standing, I guess. But it's, yeah, I mean, they're not a million miles away from each other, right? Less respected in terms of handsome. Which one do you... I think the Tinkerer is better looking. This guy's got a giant head. Look how big his head is. It's bigger. It's too big. Okay, so let's take a look at the mat. So what do we got? Let's have a look at our mat. So we got 9 cards. So on the small side, I would say. That is on the small side. So we're gonna have to be a bit careful about burning cards, maybe. So we're keeping an eye on that. Mechanics. Well, health as well. Health is not as low as it could be, but certainly not high. So I'm expecting, I don't know, maybe some kind of like ranged character here with these kinds of stats, or I don't know, maybe not, but you know, other characters have had this kind of stats and been melee, but we'll see. So the first mechanic is scrap. The Artificer will accumulate and spend scrap based on the abilities performed. Scrap is tracked by placing scrap tokens on this mat. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 5 spaces for scrap. The Artificer starts each scenario with 0 scrap, and up to a maximum of 5 scrap can be carried at once. These scrap tokens can then be used in a variety of ways, donated with this symbol here that I guess consumes scrap on the Artificer's ability cards. Cool. So this is like, I mean, this is like time tokens in the Blink Blade, right? This is kind of similar. You have cards that are going to generate a resource that you need to use, and you're going to have cards that are going to consume that resource. So the flow of this character is going to be very important between creating scrap, consuming scrap, making it. So it's like an element too, right? It's like you have your own personal element that doesn't necessarily disappear between turns, right? You've got another kind of resource that you're managing alongside everything else that's sort of in the game. But, you know, I'm getting Blink Blade vibes here from this kind of thing, right? Timed track is the next thing. Some of the Artificer abilities have timed tracks, which are temporarily persistent bonuses annotated with the kind of persistent, and then there's the hourglass symbol. Timed tracks automatically advance 1 space at the end of the character's or their summon's turn. Interesting. Okay. So that, yeah, I mean, that's nothing particularly new. Just that perhaps you'd get some... So traditionally, we've had a lot of buffs that only last for maybe a round or two. or potentially like when you get attacked, this happens. So for example, you could get like a shield one that could say shield 1 for 3 rounds. You put it on and it lasts for 3 rounds and then it drops off and it goes away. And that would be slightly different, but it wouldn't be miles different than, say, a couple of abilities we've seen before, which are like when you're attacked, gain this. It's just specifically a time thing rather than necessarily like an on action type thing, right? Fun fact, this is a her, female quattril. Ah, good call. Female quattril have monochromatic eyes. Male quattril have two-tone eyes. Interesting. I did not know that. Things are out for only a certain length. Be more powerful. Could be, but also not, right? Because obviously the timing will be much more important with something like this. Whereas perhaps you can play a persistent ability. Depends if it's a burn or not too. But if you play a persistent ability that is, you know, the next time you get attacked, something like this happens, then you don't really have to worry if that turn or within those turns, you know, there's no enemies around or whatever, it doesn't trigger, right? It would, depending on how you play it out, we'll obviously evaluate that when we get to the cards. But depending on, like, you know, what is the cost to play it versus the reward versus obviously timing it correctly. But in theory, if it's quite a long buff, like for example, you know, looking at our other quattril friends, the music note, and she has a buff that's on all the time potentially, but she has to give up a card in order to do that. And this could be a similar-ish way, but perhaps maybe we rotate them a bit quicker. And that could be a little bit more interesting, to be honest, because again, one of the problems with that character is that sometimes you just have one song that you like to play and you just keep it out forever and you don't really change it and you don't feel like you need to. It's a very easy way to play, similar to Vermling and Mind Thief and the Mind's Weakness. You just put it out. So perhaps having something like this, rather than it be like a, hey, it's out and there's a buff, perhaps then it will encourage you to play different ones or, you know, time them in different ways. Might make it a little bit more interesting, like to play around with buffs. Okay. Values of X. Certain abilities have X values within the text and initiative with possible values for X specified on the card. Before ability cards are revealed at the start of a round, the Artificer must choose the value of X. Oh. Certain abilities have X values within the text and initiative with possible values for X. Oh, okay. I guess when we get to the cards, that'll be more clear. Because as I say, X is a very common thing in the game already, right? There's, you know, Flurry of Axes, for example. It has X on it. So, like, the use of X is not necessarily new. But the fact that you have to choose this before you flip your cards is kind of interesting. Because that means that, like, for example, if you had to always commit to Flurry of Axes, I guess you'd probably... That's a bad example. You're always going to commit to that. But something like Strength and Agony, the move for Lightning Bolt on the bottom, that you may actually change because of where the enemy is going, you know, how much movement you might want. So I can see there being different things. But when we get to the cards, I'm sure that'll come out. Yeah, Flare of Axes doesn't have X, the card says attack for. I know, that was a bad example. I think Strength and Agony bottom is probably the better example. But yeah, X is not necessarily a new thing. So in general, the only really kind of like, I guess you would call it new mechanic would be scrap in some way. These are twists on mechanics that already exist, which I am a fan of, by the way. I do like it when people just put a little spin on a mechanic and it makes it just a bit more interesting to play with or a bit different than what maybe you're used to. So, you know, this all sounds pretty good. And depending on obviously how we make scrap and how important it will be, we'll see. I'm assuming there's going to be a few different builds here as well. Possibly a support character. This kind of thing makes me feel like there might be a support build for this character. So we'll see. But I like it. So it's some very solid, easy to understand mechanics. I think everyone's going to pick that up. So we'll go to the cards. X isn't new, but initiatives it is, hence having to declare it before the round. Yeah, but It says abilities. It doesn't say... oh, and initiative values with possible values. What? So enemies have X values within the text and initiative with possible values for X. Okay, I guess we'll get it in. Yeah, that could be new. That could be new then. If it's also initiative, I didn't really read that on the first pass. I just assumed it was abilities. But yeah, if it says initiative too, yeah, that'd be interesting. And now it really is a Blink Blade thing, right? Now this really is the Blink Blade. I mean, this mechanic plus this mechanic, go fast, go slow, anybody, right? We'll see as we get them, but multiple initiatives for one card. It predates Blink Blade, okay, but there's some big similarities so far. Okay, let's go through the cards. Let's start them. Jury Rigged Machine. This is a summon. It costs 2 scrap, so straight away we've got something that's going to cost some scrap here. Makes sense because we are making a Clockwork Soldier. It's quite nice. Really love the fact that they put the art on these because that's obviously the new thing going forward, and that's a cool image for sure. 4 health, 3 move, 2 attack, no range. This is a melee summon, makes sense. But we attack in a nice little AoE pattern there potentially. That's pretty good for a little summon. Depending on obviously how much the real cost of this is yet to be revealed. But you know, in terms of like a melee summon, this is a very strong melee summon. The move 3 as well means it's actually going to be able to do stuff, right? Kind of interesting. If there's no shield to retaliate, you command it to attack, line up the formation, then it's pretty good. If it fails, it's reusable and only costs 1 scrap. Yeah, so it's not a burn, so that's quite good. Also, this is timed. Oh, so this guy's not out forever then. So you put him out. Okay, I see. So you put him out. You get 1 XP. You get some scrap back, and then he dies. So it's only actually around for 2 turns. That's an interesting concept. Well, I guess 3 turns because the turn you play it, right? 1, 2. No, 2 turns. You should put it there. 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Right? It only gives the scrap if it gets to live. 2 turns not counting the turn you play. Yeah. Interesting. It moves after the summon's turn. Yes, because this was specified in here, right? That it's at the end of the character's or their summon's turn. So this would be at the end of the summon's turn, right? Or our turn. So the summon dies after acting twice, right? So the summon's going to act twice, then it's going to die, because this is going to trigger on its turn, not ours. So it costs us 2 scrap, but in theory, if it stays alive, gets an opportunity to attack at least once, and then let's say it dies. Well, let's say this falls off, and we get 1 scrap back. That's some nice kind of recycling there, and also that'll give you scrap for the beginning of your turn, right? Too. So then if you have an ability that needs scrap, you've got it. So that's kind of interesting. If you can protect this guy, I think it's pretty good. A few things that are going to kind of mess this guy up a little bit, I guess, is, you know, this looks really good, but how often is it really going to be? I don't really know. Obviously, it could just die to 1 hit anyway as well, with 4 health. But in theory, it's a reusable summon. It fuels your engine a little bit here. I mean, you're a negative here in some way, right? You are kind of down 1. But if you get a couple of turns out of this, that's not bad. And even if it just eats an attack for you, that might be worth it for you, right? At low levels, 4 health is at least 2 hits. Yeah, on normal difficulty, yeah. You should be able to survive 2 hits with this. Should be able to. You want to command it before it automatically dies. Well, I guess we'll have to see how that happens, but we'll get into that. But yeah, so first off, as far as summons go, this is pretty good. And I think it's an interesting idea on balancing summons by making them replayable, but they only last a limited time. I think that's an interesting idea, because you know, summons they've addressed some of the problems in Frosthaven, but until we really get to play with them, you know, are they going to be fixed? I mean, I know they're going to be better, or a lot of people are saying they're better, and I do think looking at them, they probably will be better, but are they going to be, you know, fixed to the point where people are going to be talking about summons as a really good, legitimate strategy for playing the game, you know, at any difficulty level or higher levels of difficulty? We'll see. But this is a really interesting idea on how to balance summons, right? Just make it so that they only stick around for a small amount of time, but make them quite impactful during that time, and maybe get a little benefit off the back end if they leave, if you keep them around. I guess it's kind of interesting. If it soaks 2 to 3 damage and does 4 to 6 damage, that's decent value. That's great value if it does that. And it is only attack 2. So again, this is one of those kind of summons that as you level up, its usefulness will really go down. But as far as like a level 1 summon goes, it's very aggressively costed, I would say. Also being reusable, it's probably one of the best melee summons I think I've seen at level 1 from any character that I can think of off the top of my head. In terms of like just raw, you know, stats and value. Because this move 3 is great. This move 3 is really good. It's not even close to Shadow Wolves, yeah, I suppose, because of the 2 figures. But in theory, you could play Clockwork Soldier quite a bit, but whatever. Yeah, in theory, like the actual value of Shadow Wolves is greater, but this could, in theory, be better than Shadow Wolves in a long scenario if you keep replaying it. You don't have to burn a card. I know that you can get another card back with Summoner, but still, yeah. Yeah, Wolves are very good. 88 initiative. It's a summon, so probably going to be late initiative. That's fine. Move 3. If you end the movement adjacent to 2 or more enemies, gain a scrap. It's kind of interesting. Not sure. I mean, going late and doing this kind of thing is where you want to be, right? Keeps you safe. So hopefully your last act in the turn, move up, get your scraps, then maybe go early next turn and run away. But you get that scrap that you can then use. 2 or more enemies is quite a lot of enemies, I would say. If you're playing 2-player, this might happen a little bit less. But, you know, this is a fairly decent card. You've got a way to spend scrap, maybe make it a little bit back, and a way to generate scrap. So depending on how valuable, you know, generating scrap is going to be, which I assume is probably going to be pretty valuable, this might end up being a really good action to take anyway as well. So, yeah, good start. You get scrap immediately, right? Yes. Exactly, yeah. So you could use this and you could immediately use the scrap that you generate. Yeah, it's not like an element from what I can tell. It's like just your own resource that you can spend. It's not, there's no like element generation style rules where you generate scrap at the end of your turn from what I could tell, right? Nice. Move 3 is acceptable anyway. Yeah, I mean, well, that depends on how many other moves the character has, right? Yes or no? Scoundrel says no, but you know, we'll see. Improvised mortar. Consume 2 scrap again. Summon Clockwork Bombard. So nice little mortar here. It's got 2 health, 2 attack, range 5 though. 5. That's crazy. But it doesn't move. So it's very much a... it's like your own little ancient artillery, right? Yeah, we don't start with any scrap. We don't start with any scrap, so we have to make it. So it's like your own little artillery. PS1 as well. So that'll make it a little bit more relevant, sort of, as the game goes on, like the as you start the game, it probably won't make too much of a difference, but as you kind of press on, it'll keep this guy around and useful for a little while. Lasts for 3 rounds as well, which I think is more important, obviously, for this kind of thing, because, you know, you want this to stick around, right? And this really probably won't die. It's because you can stick it at the back of a room and really nothing should attack it if you've got, you know, at least 3 mercenaries in your party or something. I guess there's situations where maybe you might have mode playing 2-player and you only have, you know, your 2 mercenaries and this, and there's a few things that do like target alls and stuff like that. Like there are situations where possibly it could get killed, but it's gonna be very rare that it does, especially if you place it in a good position, right? In your campaign, your greedy artificer had it with +1 attack, +1 range. I see. Yeah, you can enhance. Could you enhance this as well? I mean, not that, to be honest, not that you probably want to. I mean, this is actually a pretty value one because you could potentially get more out of it. But yeah, I could see that. Enhancing this to to 3 could be quite interesting. Because then that Pierce 1 as well, this keeps it really nice and relevant. Yeah, so that's a good enhancement there. With the new costs as well for summons. I could see that. It's kind of a mini auto turret on Tinkerer. Just immobilize and for 3 turns, trade the burn for the scrap costs. Yeah. I like it. I think it's a very usable summon. Range summons have always been the most powerful summons in the game, and you know, this is a more balanced because of course it can't move and it will disappear after a certain amount of time, and you will have to reinvest both playing the summon and the extra scrap, you know, to play it every single time. So there's a cost to there, right? And depending on how much scrap we can really generate in a round of play, well, not in a round of play, in a rest cycle, let's say like you know, we've got a potential to maybe make 4 scrap in a cycle, right? Spending half of your scrap on one thing, even if it is a very, you know, something like this, might not always be the best use of it. So, well, it's interesting. I think it's really going to be very hard to judge this. On the face of it, very strong, but it's clear that they've tried to balance it, you know? It's quite clear. Compared to the other summon for the same cost, you're liking this one more. Yeah, well, this is the safe play, right? This is very, very safe. You don't have to really worry about this dying, about you struggling to find somewhere to put it and for it to hit things with range 5. It feels incredibly safe to me. This is a more dangerous because if this dies because an enemy kills it, even at low levels, they flip a ×2 or something crazy happens, right? Then that does really suck, especially if he didn't get a decent attack off. Like if you spent 2 scrap, it runs over, hits an enemy for 2, they take 2 damage, you didn't manage to get the target 2, so just hit one thing, hits it for 2, then on the next turn or later that round, bang, ×2, it's dead. It's sucked up an attack, sure. You know, there's some value to that. But you've spent quite a lot of resources to do 2 damage, some attack. It's one of those kind of plays that, yeah, there is value to everything happening, but it's just not very exciting, right? Like as a player who's playing with summons and things like that, it just feels like, oh man, you really want your summons to stick around a little bit and to be fun to play with. I mean, at least you don't lose everything because it's not a burn. You can bring it back. But yeah, I feel like this is a riskier play. And this is obviously very safe, really. High risk, high reward. Yeah, I like that. High risk, high reward. This one, consistent. Just very safe. And will probably be what people will end up playing with the most, I think. Like, if you wanted to enhance one of these 2, let's face it, it's probably this. Even though this feels like shoot the moon, you know, let's try and get 2 things for 3. Feels like this is just better. You also get 1 extra attack, right? Because it's 3 instead of 2. So in theory, you can kind of get this very reliably. So you could get 9 damage out of it, potentially. Depending on, obviously, what you're attacking and what you flip. But, yeah, there's some really good solid damage potential from this, right? So it's there's going to be some spicy. I can imagine there being some spicy choices for enhancing on this character. Okay, 93 initiative, late summon. We know the score. The bottom, attack 2, range 5. If you target an enemy at range 4 or higher, gain a scrap. That's a bottom attack, and it's a huge ranged bottom attack. So very, very easy to land as long as you've got something good to do with your top action. Now, you can already see that there's some really nice, like potentially some nice synergy here, right? Let's say we had 2 scrap. Let's say we got 2 scrap. We could even play these 2 cards together, which is really nice. We could play the Clockwork Soldier in a position, like maybe we're towards the back lines of a room. I don't know whether or not I mean, this implies that we want to be towards the front sometimes, but we'll see. Let's say we're towards the back of a room. We can play our Clockwork Soldier, or we can play this first to get the extra scrap that we need to play our Clockwork Soldier without moving off of a spot or doing anything. Yeah, it seems very, very good to me. Like, this should not be hard to do if you position yourself in a good way, right? Especially if you know the room already. Like, you know, if you've already got that information and there's like a ranged enemy in that room that's very unlikely to move off their spot, it's gonna be pretty easy for you to do. playing the 2 together to hit the 2 scrap is quite nice. I think it's, well, oh, you mean like to play both of them together? I think this is very, I mean, this is very easy to generate scrap. This is maybe slightly harder depending on your personal play style and just, you know, player count and room setups and things like that, right? Enemy types too could even play into something like this because maybe they're ranged and they keep, like, they're hiding at the back of a room, or they keep wandering off or whatever. They're trying to get away. So there's this could be a bit harder. So in general, this is quite a nice, I think this is a nice kind of juxtaposition here, because you got 2 very, very solid things. You probably want to play this for the top most of the time, but this is very easy generation for scrap. So, you know, you might be put into a position where you can't play this because really you just need to get your scrap going for something else. Maybe we see something else we need scrap for, right? This is like an absolute slam dunk. So I like the way it's like, oh, you could play this, but then you kind of miss out on some easy scrap here. And then maybe you've got some like harder scrap things. It's, yeah. I like it. I mean, both of these cards might be auto plays just because of, you know, the nature of the characters so far. Remember, we've got 9 cards as well. Range 5 is so nice for a bottom attack since you probably are moving that around. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's very hard to hit at all with just a small amount of planning. Okay, fragmentation grenade. Nice. There we go. Attack 2, range 3. We can consume scrap to make it a 3 pattern AoE, like the most common pattern in the game in terms of AoE abilities. So, I mean that's very good. As a non-burn 2, 1 XP, we can start looking maybe at perks a little bit. Maybe we should look at perks. Let's briefly look at perks, because we've also looked at 2 summons, and now we're looking at an AoE. So, you know, perks are going to be an important part of this character. So let's at least have a look to see, like, what our general, like, are we going to be like, oh, we're drawing +2s, you know, are we music note or are we brute? You know, let's throwing shade at the brute, or even like triangles as well, similar kind of story. So replace 1 -2 card with 1 -1 create an element card. Haven't seen anything that needs an element yet, but I mean, obviously that's just a net, so it's a net gain there anyway of 1 damage, so take it. Also summons potentially, like, so if we use elements, if summons draw this, then they generate the element and then we can use it on our turn. So that can sometimes come into play a little bit more when you're playing with a summon and you need elements yourself. Replace 1 -1 card with 1 +1 disarm card. Right, that's my first perk. Every other perk is inferior. Replace 1 - card with 1 +1 push 1 card. That's kind of interesting. It's 1 -1 card with 1 +1 push. I mean, it's plus damage, and push is generally useful. I mean, it's a 2 damage swing, right? From -1 to +1. So it's a big swing. So that's an auto include just for the swing, I think. And the push, I guess, is some nice upside. I guess if you were in digital, they would always push, though. That's like the weird thing with digital. Like, I have to get that into my mind that, you know, would a summon always choose to do the push? Yeah, they're optional. But like, for example, if a summon would draw it in Gloomhaven Digital, the summon would just do it. That's just the way the game is programmed, right? So that's a little bit awkward, but yeah, I mean, it's a big swing. Same again with the pull here. So this is actually a really nice way to start getting your deck in a bit more of a positive way, huh? If a summon is not controlled, it automatically does it. Oh, there you go. So it is actually correct. Really nice drawing it with mortar just because of the effect. Yeah. Unless, of course, it pushes it out of the mortar's range. That'd be awkward, huh? Replace 1 +0 card with 1 +0 refresh. A spent item card. Ooh. I mean, is there any reason why this is not using... Is there any reason why this is not using iconography? Is there any reason why this is not using, like, the refresh item symbols at all? I mean, this is not a... This seems a bit strange. You believe since refresh perks in Gloomhaven use the symbol for consume for some weird reason. Okay, it's just to make it a bit clearer. It's just explained on the perk. Okay. It's just weird why it doesn't use maybe the language that's already there, but sure. If it's just to make it clearer, I can see why that could be confusing. That's fine then. I mean, obviously that's pretty good depending on what items you've got. Not very good for summons though, so that's not something that you want to summon flipping. Although it doesn't really change anything. It's just +0 still, right? It's it keeps your deck the same size and with the same amount of damage, but with some upside if you draw it. Replace 1 +0 card with 1 +1 shield 1 card. Could be quite nice for the little Clockwork Soldier to draw that, potentially. Maybe us if we're a little bit closer occasionally, but that's obviously very good for the Clockwork Soldier to draw. Replace 1 +0 card with 1 +1 PS2 card. That's excellent. That's very good. PS2 can be very, very relevant. And again, it's not deck thinning, but it's not making our deck bigger either. It's keeping it nice and tight. This character in general is doing a lot of replacing, right? So it looks like our deck is staying pretty much the same size, which is nice. We're not getting some crazy, ridiculous deck. Unless, of course, well, we're getting into rolling things, so maybe that'll be slightly different. Replace 1 +2 card with 1 +3 heal to self card. That's an interesting one. Increase in damage by 1 and also just a heal. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're going to be taking that too. Probably not going to be a very early one I'd go for, but certainly an interesting one. I mean, it's good. Just, I don't think we've ever seen anything ever replace the +2. Don't think that's ever happened before. Actually improves the +2. That very rarely happens, if at all. And the last two are replace 2 +1 cards with 2 rolling +1 poisonous. Okay, so there you go. There's your deck thinning. There's a little bit of thinning there. Because obviously a rolling card, you go on to the next one. So whenever you have a rolling card, you're always going to draw an additional card. So it is technically deck thinning for the purposes of getting to certain cards. You know, your deck is remaining the same physical size, but statistically, it's thinning slightly here. And replace 2 +1s with 2 +1 wounds. Well, I like the wounds more than I do the poisons. So that's very good too. There's some good perks here. This character is generally... It's generally going to stay pretty efficient with their damage, I think. Like, it looks pretty efficient. You have the opportunity to get your deck to be relatively positive most of the time, which plays well with summons, but you're not doing anything stupidly, like, insanely crazy. Like, we don't have loads of, like, rolling +2s or, like, some crazy, like, +4 or something like that. I mean, we do have a +3 there, potentially, so this is a strong perk deck, I would say. Yeah, I would probably look at doing like this. I think like this is probably the first one thing I would get, because it's actually just insane. You would then probably look to replace possibly this. I mean, it depends on I mean, you might even consider just doing it almost top to bottom. But I feel like Disarm's so good that I would just have to get this. This is such a big swing, and Disarm is so good. That's a 2 damage swing and Disarm. I mean, I'm taking that, right? So anyway, that was a brief look at perks. I think we get a good understanding that summons have some good potential, right? We have some good cards they can flip. They can do some damage. They can stay relevant, right? Which is good. So something like this could be quite nice. We've got some good things we could flip. We could flip a Disarm. We could flip rolling rolling poisons, rolling wounds. So there's some good things we can hit with fragmentation grenades. There's some nice things we can do. So this attack 2 could grow into being actually a pretty decent attack overall here. And if we get advantage, maybe we rock a pair of eagle-eye goggles, even more so maybe. So yeah, good. 45 initiative. Right in that, not the worst initiative in the world. That would be 50 for me, but it's up there. It's close. I guess I'd rather it be 45 than maybe 65, or 55. Yeah, this is an initiative. You're going to need to pair this card with something, most likely, just for its initiative. Push 1, range 3. Push all targets away from the empty hex. If you push 2 or more enemies, gain a scrap. So this is the empty hex. These are the enemies, and we push them all away from this one point. So yeah, like the fragmentation grenade, right? You throw a little grenade in, pushes everybody away. Yeah, thematically very nice actually. I like this card. It works. Both sort of abilities are quite thematic for the name and everything. How many scrap can we hold? 5. 5 is the maximum that we can have. Once you got perks, it might be 3 damage, target 3. Yeah. And reusable, right? Which, you know, Tinker's already mad over there about that. Goggles are to avoid the null/curse. Yeah, and also just to ensure that we actually draw some of those big cards. The only problem is that we have a lot of +1s, and you know, there might be you might end up having some weird ambiguity flips where, you know, you would have disarmed, but it was your second flip, but you drew a +1. Like, I could see when you have lots of numbers that are the same, and sometimes you don't care. I don't know. We have quite a consistent deck, so perhaps goggles are not the best item yet. Well, it's wait to see, but when you have a character that basically has a lot of the same cards values, but they all do slightly different things, you know, sometimes it's not really worth it to have goggles. Like triangles, for example, really worth it to have goggles on that character, because I mean, what are you trying to shoot for? Like you basically just do the value of your attack, you know, that's it. You're just going to generate some elements as well, hopefully. But so it could be, that could be a consideration here too. I like it. I think it's good. I think it's thematically cool. And it's nice to have a reusable attack, and it costs us some scrap. So there's still a cost there, right? More so than an element, which maybe might be a bit easier. But we do have a way to immediately use that, right? We could go bang like this, use this scrap. Maybe something like not Eagle-Eye Goggles, Hawk Helm could be interesting. So then boost this range up maybe. So we could attack something, get that. Then we could go and do this immediately on the same turn. Right, we'd have to do it super late, maybe. But to be honest, this kind of thing, you know, lots of melee enemies could clump like this, or you wouldn't necessarily have to go early to capitalize on this. So you could go really late and just try it. Why not? Okay. Next card, recycle parts. Loot 1. If you loot 2 or more money tokens or 1 or more treasure tiles, gain a scrap. Interesting. Okay. Now I don't like loot cards typically, right? I am I mean, I'm not the only one, but I'm usually super critical of loot cards in general because I dislike the fact that you have to take an entire turn up or sometimes 2 turns up because there are bottom actions, so you need to move into the position first off to be able to do a nice, efficient loot. Now, one thing they've done in Frosthaven, and this card definitely shares that sentiment, is that they've tagged on little things onto the loot abilities that just fuel your character just a little bit, right? Just gives you a little bit more going on, right? The Drifter, for example, has a loot where they can push a token back, right? It's a very minor thing. It's not going to be like a huge deal breaker. It's not going to suddenly like make or break your turn, but it's nice to do something that actually interacts with the mechanic of your character and loot at the same time, right? And I think that this is a good example of how to do that kind of thing, right? Make the loot cards interesting. You don't have to make them super busted or whatever. Put them on the top of a card, which they've done here, which is great. It means we can do it in 1 turn, right? Let's just move to where the loot is and loot. And we get a nice little bonus here if we manage to do this, which, you know, we probably will be able to do it. You know, if you're going to be playing a loot turn, chances are there's a good amount of loot on the table. If there was only 1 pile of loot, you'd probably just walk onto that loot and just end of turn loot it. So let's say that we're probably doing this, right? And we get a nice little thing. And also what it helps us do is maybe stockpile a little bit of scrap for our next room. Where if we do this at the end of a room, we loot something, we get a bit of scrap. And so we've got 1 scrap already ready to go before we open the door into the next room if we've got none at that point. So gives us something to use effectively as soon as we go through, right? The strip the flesh, recycle parts brand of looting is the best. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thematically, it makes a lot of sense too, right? You're kind of like rummaging around, you get some gold and you salvage some parts from the bodies in some kind of morbid way. Recycling those parts, right? More morbid depending on the enemies that you're fighting, right? Sounds like a nice excuse to loot in the board game version with a friend. Yes. It is. I mean, and that's good, right? Because sometimes for a co-op game, at times Gloomhaven is a little bit, in my opinion, it's a bit confrontational with other players, right? Like the loot economy sometimes is a sticking point, and I can see why some players might have a slightly worse experience of the game because perhaps your character isn't particularly good at looting. Maybe you don't have a loot card that has another great half as well. So some characters just have really good other halves of their loot cards, right? Look at Coldfire on the Spellweaver. You've got a loot 2 on the bottom of the card, you've got Coldfire on the top. Like it's a slam dunk card. And also it plays into their strategy of reviving ether to get things back. So they have inherently built into their kind of standard play style, if you like, a good looting opportunity. When not every character wants to take a loot card. Like not every character has that cool other side of the card where, yeah, this card can give me value throughout most of the scenario, and then in certain spots I'm happy to just get some loot with it in some way. And also if you have a character that has very late initiatives in general, you don't have lots of early, your buddy decides to zoom around and hoover up all the loot by going early every single turn, also kind of sucks. But if you have things like this where you can say, hey guys, I'd really like to loot this turn so that I can get a scrap, you know, that gives a little bit more weight to what it is that you're doing. You know, to everybody else around the table, they're like, wow, you know, yeah, that's going to help the team, right? You're going to get some scrap, you're going to be able to play a summon, you're going to be able to do some other ability, or maybe, you know, maybe we can use our scrap to buff our allies in some way. We'll see as we go along, but that adds a little bit more like bargaining for you as a player, and a bit more reasoning to go for it, rather than just like, I'm going earlier than everybody, I'm hoovering up the loot, and that's that, right? And Frosthaven's doing another good example of this, because they're making, you know, loot a bit more collaborative by having the whole contributing to the Frosthaven town. That whole mechanic of actually contributing as a team to something is also quite nice, and I think that will also sort of dissipate some of the kind of maybe animosity that can build up in a game if you have people who are just serial looters and just stop you from ever getting anything, because there should in theory be a bit more of a team element to the looting, or some more strategy to the looting, rather than just go as early as possible, hoover it up, right? The Artificer Surgeon, yeah. It's led to good diplomatic situations, allowing artificers to loot exactly 2 coins if they promise to leave another 2 separate coins alone. Well, yeah, I mean, that as well. Good table talk, right? Really good table talk. And then we have a scoundrel that just doesn't care and goes for loot, and nobody can do anything about it. Like, yeah. And this is characters with very low initiatives tend to be quite greedy. The thing with the scoundrel that annoys me is the scoundrel doesn't even do anything good with the loot. That's what annoys me more about the scoundrel. It's a character that's incredibly good at looting, but actually doesn't really need much loot to operate as a character. And that kind of irritates me about that character. Now, whereas you've got other ones, like you can argue with the Mind Thief that you need a lot of loot because you have got some ridiculously overpowered enhancements. But you look at like the scoundrel, it's like, what are you spending it on, dude? Like, what are you spending on it? Scoundrel isn't even that good at looting. I think if you're like to do it from like the base level of playing, but I think a lot of people role play the scoundrel as a looter, and the character plays heavily into that. So although perhaps on paper, yes, that might be the case, I think the way that a lot of people play the scoundrel and their memory of playing either with a scoundrel in their party is their buddy hoovering up all the loot because they play those cards. Right? Scoundrel needs the loot to buy the thieves' hood. All right, moving on. 24 initiative. Move 3, consume scrap. You or one adjacent ally may refresh one of your spent items. Cool. That's nice. If you've got boots, you could just immediately refresh them. Let's say you had boots of striding here. So you're going to move 3. You're going to use your boots of striding now to move 5. Then you could consume your scrap here. Use your scrap to refresh your boots again and go again. So, in theory, this could be a really nice move card for you because it could help combo with a particular item really, really well, like a move item or trying to think of any other boots. I mean, I guess jump boots, move 3 and jump, maybe, but probably not. But you've got some good opportunities here, or, you know, Eagle Eye Goggles. This is one of the reasons why I thought maybe this character might want them is, you know, Eagle Eye Goggles plays very well with this type of effect. So does Hawkhelm though too. So this is kind of interesting. I don't think we're very much a tanking character. So in terms of us using this, we're probably not refreshing chest pieces. I guess we might have something like a studded leather armor or something like that. It's possible, but it's probably fairly unlikely. Hand items we might want to refresh. I mean, early level hand items, you're looking at stuff like weighted net, maybe. Any of the kind of swords, maybe wands, depending on what kind of thing this character does. I guess you could even look at the summoner's staff, whatever it's called. Can't remember what it's called. Command staff in the future, summoning staff. That could be interesting. But yeah, this is to an ally though, being able to get them to maybe refresh something to help them out could also be nice. But you'll probably end up using this on yourself, or at least I'm generally more of a selfish player, so I would probably be looking more at the opportunities inwardly than outwardly, but still. You'd probably want to refresh goggles or long spear. Long spear is another good one. Yeah, definitely. Although we haven't seen a melee attack yet. I mean, I guess if you could do it to an ally, maybe that would be good for them. Yeah, so all in all, recycle parts. This is a loot card done right, in my opinion. 24 initiative 2, that is the earliest initiatives we've seen. A little bit of move on it, but this is a loot card done right. And with a good ability on the bottom here too, that's pretty usable. And actually has some quite nice combo potential depending on the kind of items you can get access to. And also, if you're playing Crimsonscales, right, there's going to be new items in there. I haven't really touched on those yet, and we won't here because there's too much to go into. But there may be other items as well that might come up, which would be quite interesting. Okay. Repurpose leftovers. This is getting morbid all of a sudden. What? This character I thought was like a nice, like, hey, I'm just making like cool little robots and machines. And now it's like we're going through bodies, parts, and now we're repurposing. They're in it's getting a bit weird. It's getting a bit morbid, a bit dark. Parts is clearly mechanical. I mean, depends on what you've killed. I mean, consume one of your head, foot, hand, or two-handed items. Attack 5. Create scrap 1 XP. Ooh. Ooh. Give up one of your items here. All right, well, maybe we do want loot. Maybe we do want loot. Long spear would work very nicely with this to combo with it. Attack 2 things for 5. That'd be nice, right? You just have to get those parts from somewhere. Yes. So this is interesting because this is like a level 1 card that if you're a brand new Artificer, you know, you're just playing your very first scenario, but chances are you probably only have maybe 1 or 2 items, right? You're not going to have a full get-up of gear to give you the flexibility to use this more than once or maybe twice. Like, it's pretty unlikely, right? It's pretty unlikely. But as a one-off attack, maybe it might be okay. It's a non-burn card as well, so that kind of implies that you want to try and use it. Maybe we have ways to get our consume items back. I'd find that unlikely, though, if they're trying to balance the character in some way, but we'll see. After you use up a shield or hawk helm? Possibly, yeah. Like, I think the best situation for you here would be to try and find maybe 2 cheap hand items to use with this, right? Because boots are probably going to be very useful throughout the entire scenario. You don't really want to consume your boots, maybe as a last resort. But if you could find maybe a cheap hand item to use that's not really contributing too much, that would make sense. I think you know, consuming a 2-handed item is, I mean, if you got weighted net, you could consume weighted net for an attack 5 at some point. Like, it wouldn't be that bad. Once you've kind of used it a few times, maybe. Throw away the cheap iron helmet. That's true. Iron helmet's only 10 gold. But it is also a slot, right? So you are giving up a slot. And this character, you might be able to use Iron Helm for the first scenario or a couple of scenarios, but do you really want to be wearing Iron Helm and specifically having it there just so that you can attack 5 something at a later point? Or would you rather have a tangible head item that's actually good for you, right? Out of all of these slots, in general, the most disposable would be your hand slot, because a lot of the hand slot items are, you know, you don't always use them anyway. But boots are usually like what everybody goes for first off or very early on. Like, everyone tries to get themselves a good pair of boots, or a pair of boots that suits their playstyle in some way. That is an early purchase most of the time. Head slot, there's a lot of very, very broken good head slot items, so It's an interesting one. I really like where the design of this card's at, because it's like there's clearly ways to abuse this. 3 spears could be your best friend, right? Throwing your stuff just seems hilarious. Yeah, just like literally chucking your... It's like that, oh, what scene is it? Is it Lord of the Rings where he does it? I swear that there's this scene in a film. Why can't I think of it? Where they're like literally like attacking each other, and then they're like, he throws his helmet at him because he's like, there's nothing else to fight with or something. And there's like throwing like everything that they've got. You 100% need a target before you consume an item. Is someone trying to think of something crazy? Yeah, throwing your stuff seems hilarious. I agree. It's a very fun idea for a card. Although to be honest, I don't really get the name though. I feel like the name could have been different for this. This is great, but I don't know. The name just isn't hitting me for this effect, because it's like repurposing leftovers. Like, if it was like somebody else's helmet that you threw at them, but it's like your helmet. Like, it's not really like a leftover. But, 68 initiative is... it's not late. It's a pretty bad initiative overall, I think. It's repurposing your gear into a makeshift weapon. Yeah, but it's not a leftover then. Why does it say... Leftovers makes it imply that it's like, you know, the dregs. That's how I see leftovers. Like, leftovers are like the things that nobody wants. But I want my boots. I'm wearing my boots. It's in Saving Private Ryan. Yes, thank you. That's when he's fighting. They're fighting in the building, right? And I think he stabs him in the end. Yes, thank you. Saving Private Ryan. Okay. The bottom of this card is place this card in one adjacent ally's active area and treat it as if they own the card. Consume scrap. On the next 3 melee attacks targeting you, gain Retaliate 2. Oh, interesting. So counter to my point earlier, there is actually a card that is on a trigger effect rather than end of round. I just would have thought that this character wouldn't have both, but I guess that might be a little bit confusing for you, maybe, but well, probably not. But that's interesting. On the next 3 melee attacks targeting you, gain Retaliate 2. The good thing about this is that it's something that you could do in your downtime that's, you know, whatever. You know, if you've got a tank or someone who's a frontliner who's going to get attacked at some point, at least this is you playing Retaliate in a more active way. Like, I dislike on this turn style Retaliates because it's very all in, because you're hoping that, well, you're hoping that the enemy doesn't go before you get the opportunity to play that Retaliate. You're hoping that the enemy is even doing an attack that will trigger the Retaliate that round. To me, it's a bit too like inconsistent, whereas something like this is a very good, like, play in a downtime. It will trigger when it triggers. It's not a burn. It's 1 XP. It comes back. It's 1 scrap. That's not a huge amount of scrap investment so far. You know, the summons have been 2 scrap. 1 scrap looks like we can get that fairly easily, so it's not a huge investment, right? It's passive, you're going to get hit, so it's good. You don't have to try to get hit. Yeah, exactly. It's just something that you can play out. I guess the only slightly annoying thing with this kind of effect is if you do play it into an ally's display and then, like, this never really happens, then obviously you're kind of taking a card out of your hand for your rotation, right? In an ideal world, you do want this to trigger in a reasonable amount of time so that you can get that card back into your discard pile so that when you rest, you can get it back into your hand and then you can play it, right? If you don't do that, then you're going to be in a position where this could be ticking down your stamina by almost acting like a burn card because it's out of your hand, right? They can discard it and just give it back to you if that kind of thing happens, but it's just another thing. It's just a minor thing to think about, right? Perhaps the timing of things and not having it in your discard and things like that. Like, there's some stamina implications possibly to it as well. They can discard it at any point if it's going to ruin your turn. Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely to ruin your turn, right? But it's one of those, it's like the silent killer, isn't it? Like when you, it's like when you play music note, and I'm really guilty of this, and I've been doing this a lot on Mondays as well. I have had poor discipline when it comes to discarding songs and replaying them. Poor discipline. And this kind of thing is like the silent, it's like the silent killer, because you play it out and you're like, yeah, it's fine, just keep it, don't worry about it. Like, oh yeah, oh no, I'm sure it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. And then you end up like, you know, going for a rest cycle, going for another rest cycle, and then you're not really like, you know, you're not keeping tabs on it, right? And it's like, if you are actively thinking about it, yes, but it could, in theory, cause you some damage if you're not careful. It's unlikely to, and you can, of course, stop that from happening, but it's a consideration, right? Yeah, exactly. They'll end up stealing it from you and refusing to give it back too. So the next card, Salvage Grappler. Attack 3, range 2, pull 1. If this attack kills a target, gain a scrap. Ooh. Interesting. So pulling into a trap here would be very good, right? If possible, but range 2 is like... bleh. Bleh. I'm not sure about this one, chat. The thing is that if we were to take this away, right? Let's just take this away. Would I play an attack 3, range 2, pull 1? It would probably just about make it, but it certainly wouldn't be a card I'd be very excited to play. It certainly wouldn't be a card that I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to keep this and enhance it and play it at later levels. No. I guess if you can kill something on low health, like opportunity, then sure. But 46 initiative is not good for this kind of thing. Stop being scared of range 2 cards. They're good. No, it's just it makes the card harder to implement, right? To do. And it puts you more at risk. I don't know. This is just to me, this top is, I mean, I don't know. Potentially if you have a team and your team is really like a well-oiled machine and you can just go around and pick off the odd enemy here and there that's on like 1 or 2 health, you know, it just doesn't get killed. Sure. But I also feel like this would just be slightly awkward at times to use, and you'll find yourself a little bit annoyed. Maybe slapping the extra range on this as an early enhancement would be a really good idea, maybe. But overall, I think this is okay. Also, you know, pulling an enemy obviously doesn't get around retaliate as well. So not very good against retaliate enemies, unless of course you kill them. But you know, just in general, if you whiff, that's a pretty big whiff. Will you get a cog if you pull into a trap? Yes, because I would, yes, because it's part of the attack effect. Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. You need a card to toss at level up. Well, yeah, so far this is probably, I would say, the weakest that we've seen. Well, I'd say the weakest. Arguably, this could be pretty bad at times. But it's fun. And this is pretty usable. Again, yeah, it's like it's unreliable scrap generation. Could make this character a bit awkward, but this is what level ups are for, right? Perhaps when we get to like level 2, level 3, level 4, perhaps then we start getting cards that are really easy to do, or let us get scrap much quicker. So, you know, perhaps this is like just, hey, this is level 1. This is a level 1 style effect for this kind of thing, right? This is like what we can expect for level 1 kind of scrap generation. 46 initiative is rubbish. Don't like it. Create 1/2 damage trap in an empty hex within range 3. Consume scrap. Create 1/3 damage and immobilize trap instead. Interesting. Slightly better. Gain 1 XP when the trap is sprung by enemies. So nice. We've got a trap. See, both of these together. I just wish that they weren't, but I know. Like, they're trying to balance it. Because it would obviously be very powerful if you could just do this and then immediately pull something into a trap, maybe. Although the immobilize part of it doesn't really matter because they're going to be next to you anyway. So, unless, well, I mean, I guess if it's a ranged enemy, maybe it might be beneficial, but it's a bit weird. Interesting card. I do like traps being more usable in the game in general. I think traps, we always talk about this, that the traps are kind of just a bit slow, and it would be nice to find characters who can use traps a bit more effectively. I think they need to be on the bottom of a card to make them more effective, but honestly I feel like we need like another hook gun style effect, maybe on a different card, to be able to immediately use the trap in order for it to then kind of start to become a bit more of a good proposition. Because it's enough of a detriment, in my opinion, to have to stand still and have the enemy in the right place and line it all up. And I think you should get the benefit for that. And should be able to trigger traps pretty much immediately with effects. Did we have top push? Yes, we did with Fragmentation Grenade. Fragmentation Grenade had push, so there's a little bit of potential here. We also have push and pull in our attack modifier deck as well. So there are cards we can draw to. So we have a bit more interaction than perhaps some other classes. So yeah, we got interaction for sure. Oh, it's a range trap. Yeah, true. Range trap does make it slightly better as well, actually. That's a fair point. Not having to put it adjacent to you and then pull into it, but this gives you a bit more flexibility to put it in a decent way. That's another reason why traps have been bad in the past, is because they have been adjacent to you, and that kind of blows. It makes more thematic sense for traps to be next to you, right? Because like you're physically, you know, bending down and kneeling down and putting the trap on the floor, right? You're setting a trap. It thematically makes more sense, but I think the game it's weak. Whereas at least here, perhaps you could like you could chuck it behind an enemy almost, and then you could like push them, right? I mean, we don't have a top push. Well, I mean, I guess we could flip a push here with one of our attacks maybe, but we haven't seen like a top push quite yet. But yeah, in theory, yeah, you're right. Would that trap be worth it if there was a stun? If it was a stun, it would be very, very strong, I think. A reusable range stun trap, if you could have a good combo with another character and you could reliably use it, it wouldn't be as good as, you know, a straight up stun. You know, something like stun shot, for example, wouldn't be as good as that, because of course there's a little bit more setup that you have to do for it, but it would still be strong. And probably in terms of balance level, it would probably be maybe a little bit too strong. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say because I haven't seen much stun in Frosthaven at all. So stun is definitely a more premium effect nowadays, and people do not put stun on things lightly anymore. So yeah, maybe too good with that respect, but again, it's a good earnest effort at fixing traps, and I feel like this range part of it is very important to doing that, so that's good. And yeah, hopefully we have a way to maybe trigger it on the turn that we play it ourselves. That would be cool, but we'll see. Right, next card, Phase Field Emitter. Attack 1, range 3, and muddle. Heal 1, affect all allies in the targeted area. Okay, so this is a really interesting AoE. So this is the target hex, this black hex here. So we are targeting anything either side of an enemy.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. Potentially a lot of flips here too, right? A bit of a weird pattern, because I don't think... It's not often that you are in the middle of a lot of enemies unless you are planning to do something spicy yourself, right? This looks like the Krakar is here, ready to do an unstable upheaval, right? Like, what are you doing there, sir? This is not a good position to be in, you know? But even, to be honest, even if you could just hit like 3 things here, like, you know, you're just facing outwards and you hit 3, it's still good. You have a love-hate relationship with this action. It's so fun, but it hurts your brain. Yeah. Black Hex is not the target hex. It's just an unaffected hex. Oh, okay. What? So how did that work with that then? Oh, I see what you mean. You're just choosing... It's just part of the pattern, but it's unaffected by the effect. Is that what you're saying? So it's, yeah, it's a little bit different. I'm getting... Oh, which was the one we were talking about before? Was it the... Am I getting confused? I'm confusing myself with the Hierophant had that? No. The Luminary. Was it the Luminary that had that? That's what you're saying. Okay. Cool. All right, I understand now. Okay. Was it the Luminary that specifically had that? Yeah, the scuttle thing. Hmm. So it doesn't. It doesn't really matter then. In theory, this could just be like, you could actually almost, chat. You could almost just cut this card in half, and just be like, it's a range 1, range 3, like this thing, right? And then potentially you might have an ally like somewhere back here, right? The black hex isn't the target hex. Apparently not. It's just part of the pattern, but it is not part of the targeted area. Does that make sense? So it's not like we're originating an attack from here. So it's different to this, right? So this is gray because this is where the character is, right? This is black. So it's part of the pattern, but it's unaffected by the ability. Like, it's not in the targeted area. It's odd, but it's a way, I guess, to create patterns like this, which are a bit odd. I guess. It's a bit, I will say that it's a bit odd, but I guess it's functionally to kind of give you, like, so thematically, it's that I've placed the phase field emitter here, like, thematically. That's kind of like how it fits. And it's a way for them to obviously generate the pattern that they want from it. But this is actually an unaffected hex, and there could be anything in there. There could be an enemy in there, could be an ally in there. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just unaffected, but like thematically, it's like that's where the effect is kind of originating from, but it's not, because you can have this pattern in any way. It is odd, I will say, but I guess things always get funky because of, you know, when you want to do a crazy pattern like this, you know, thematically it looks cool and it kind of makes sense, but when you're mechanically playing with it, maybe it's like just like, yeah, I can see why Nitz would say that it would blew his mind a bit, because it's like, it's weird way of thinking about the game a little bit. Has a lot of targeting options. Yeah, there's lots of targeting options. It's very versatile for targeting things. Say thematically, it doesn't make much sense with fragmentation grenade to me though, because like if the idea is that you're chucking the grenade here, or the grenades originate from here and it's pushing, so like wouldn't this just be dead? I don't know. It's just, I don't want to think about it too much because it's gonna fry my brain too, but yeah. Incredibly versatile. Yeah, it is. To be honest though, this part of the card is actually what's making me more excited right now. Which is 12 initiative, move 4. I know it's sad, but that's the highest amount of movement that we've seen so far. It's the lowest initiative that we've seen so far. Kind of get the feeling that this is what this card is going to be for us, right? So you can use the bottom single hex as your range 3 target hex, then hits heal things 5 hexes away from there, so a range of +8. Yes, I guess so. Like, so if this was 3 away, the pattern would shoot off from that direction, which again, like I said, thematically doesn't make much sense at times. Like, it looks good on the card, but gameplay wise feels weird, right? It does feel odd. And I don't think, like, yeah, I don't know. It's range up to 7. So it's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll have to get used to the concept. This is in Frosthaven as well. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just this particular pattern that's giving me like an aneurysm. But like, it's very like, there's a big thematic disconnect with how I think this card is named and trying to work versus how it works. Like, there's a big disconnect in my brain, and we'll get over it, I'm sure, but it just doesn't, like, if it's a field, then it should be like, shouldn't it just be like circle? Like, couldn't it have not just been like that? I don't know, because it feels like it's originating from there. Oh, yeah, yeah, I think maybe it's trying to be too cute, and then unfortunately, like, it's one of those things where it's like theme over mechanics sometimes, that when you get that disconnect between a theme and a mechanic, and like thematically I like the idea of this card. I like what my initial thought was. I like that. But now I'm thinking, like, well, I can just go, like, I can pretty much fill an entire room with it if I do it in the right way. Like, it's going to be very hard to immediately grasp, like, oh, this is a good situation to play the top of Phase Field Emitter. Like, it's going to be weird. I'm going to be like, oh, it's so far away, but, oh, I have a card that can affect that, you know? And also, I mean, look, it's a move 4, 12 initiative, guys. I know what I'm using with the card for, but yeah, it's, yeah, initiative 12, move 4 was not select. Yeah. To be fair, filling most of the room is super relevant to a card with the word emitter in the name. Yes, so then just make it a circle. All right. Okay. Moving on. Gravity Inverter Module. Attack 2, push 1. The target loses flying until the end of the round. To signify this, place a character token on the target. Yes! I like this. Weren't we talking about this the other day? We were like, trap characters. What do we need? We need a way to stop people from flying. I like this. We wanted a way to do it. We've got push now. We've got a trap. We've got the wombo combo on 20 initiative, chat. There it is. Just got to be in the right position. The wombo combo. Place the trap down. Push them straight into it. Perfect. Really good way of dealing with something like a living spirit. Oh man, living spirits. Tremble in fear. Yeah, attack 5, push 1, immobilize. Not bad. Yeah, wow. Not bad, as well as 3 damage of that is going to be true damage too, which very, very relevant. So potentially, you know, we could be looking at some even better pulls as well. We've got a pretty decent deck. Very good. And if you want to go traps, this is what trap builds need. They need cards like this. Early initiative, let us use the trap immediately. Reward us for good positioning. So now, for example, we could go super, super late. We could do something like this. Go really late on 88 initiative. Move in, get next to 2 enemies. Get ourselves some scrap, right? We've gone late. Now let's go for the early initiative wombo combo, right? Let's spend that scrap we've just made, create the trap behind. We're going on 20 initiative. We're pushing the enemy in. We're going to take a load of damage. They're going to be immobilized. They're not going to bother us anymore, right? It works against melee enemies. Works really well against high shield, low health enemies in general. Works good against flying enemies potentially as well. Things like sun demons are suddenly like actually easier to deal with something like this because they're melee but they fly. All of that kind of stuff, right? Harrowers don't fly. Harrowers don't fly. Harrowers are the ones that always maybe... I think they fly, but they don't fly. So Harrowers don't fly. But in theory, this could be very good for dealing with certain types of enemies and just, well, just any enemy, really. Losing flying on an obstacle equals trap damage. Ooh. Oh, yeah. So if you could push them onto an obstacle, then they could just take some damage anyway. And that's trap damage equal to the scenario level too, right? That is spicy. Because that could be way more damage than your little 3 damage trap. You think that's being removed from Frosthaven, mind you? It is a bit weird, I will say. But yeah, if you're playing that rule, this will then scale really well as you go along, right? Because the trap damage is just going to keep going up. So it also scales really well. But if they're taking that rule away from Frosthaven, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much, but still, it's good to have a trap and a card that enables that trap straight away. Good. 20 initiative, move 3 and jump as well. So a nice little jump on the bottom here too. So this card's very, very usable. Good top, good bottom. Slam dunk. We want to take this card. I like it. And Gravity Inverter Module is a very apt name for this kind of thing. It's good. Could be 9 damage with the obstacle. Could be. Excellent card. Right, next card. Particle Ray Beam. Attack 2, Pierce 2. And this is a melee attack from us in a straight line. It's like Disintegration Beam, but it's like its little brother. Particle Ray Beam. Attack 2, Pierce 2. I mean, that's pretty damn good. It's reusable. Doesn't ask you to spend any other resources, right?
No, that's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage. It's like Skewer, but possibly better because of the PS2 and also the fact you can kind of just play it on demand, right? Yeah, longer Skewer as well. Oh, of course, unless you play with Super Skewer, like we do. Like on Community Save Sunday where we play with Super Skewer, but yeah. So we'll lose the flying after being pushed. Yes, on the previous card, it's top to bottom, the card, right? The effect. One initiative worse than Skewer, though. Oh, terrible. Unplayable. Unplayable. Move 4 on the bottom as well. So another good move on a reasonable initiative as well. So, but I think you want to be playing the top of this. This is very good. So I think this is a top action for sure. But good to have a versatile move on the bottom though on a fairly decent initiative. So yeah, I mean this is probably the most vanilla card we've seen. Well, it is, I think, the most vanilla card for this character we've seen so far. Just damage and move on a decent initiative. What's not to like? We're gonna be running this for sure. Easy card to run there. Right, onto the X cards. Okay. Ooh, X. So now we're gonna get our first look at this mechanic, right? We haven't seen anything to do with this one yet. So this is the first card that's going to use this new X mechanic. So what this is that we have to declare when revealing cards what X, the value of X is. Okay? So before we reveal our cards to the table, we have to be like, I'm playing an X. X value is this. And so you can choose either 1, 2, or 3. So this could be either initiative 11, initiative 21, or initiative 31, depending on what you want it to do. The attack is X plus 1. Interesting. So the earlier that we go, the less damage it does. That's kind of cool. I really like thematically how that is, actually. Thematically, that's very cool. It's kind of like you're powering up, and there's a bit of a risk there, right? You go later, then maybe the enemy gets to attack you before you attack them. A little bit of risk reward there. Bit of a push your luck. Perhaps against certain enemies, you're like, I know they're going to go late. I like that idea. So also that does make things like this maybe a bit weird. Oof, hang on a minute. All right, this is getting spicy. Range 5 minus X. So the higher you go, the worse it is. Kind of balances this next ability, though. So we could do an attack of 2 at range 4 against target 4. I mean, that's a lot of targets. And our deck's pretty good at drawing +1 with some added benefits, potentially. There's a lot of targets, chat. Power Potion says hello. You like choosing 2 here? So this is a way to bring a level 3 card right from the start. Yeah, so potentially you could do an attack of 2 at range 4, targeting 4. A little bit weak. But maybe with, like, if you comboed it with something, right? If you were like, oh, I've got piercing bow and I've got a major power potion. Like, there are ways to make that improve with some items. But maybe a little bit... Could be a little bit underwhelming, maybe, but certainly worthy of a burn, right? This is a burn, so 2 XP, and it's probably worthy of it. 2 initiative. If we went with 2 instead, that would be an attack of 3 at range 3, target 3. So that's like 9 damage overall. With a little bit more impact, right? A little bit more impact. I think 3, the problem with 3 is that you're just not like targeting 2 things. Like, it's just, I don't think it's really worth it. Right, this is 9 damage. This is technically only what? 6? Right? No, 3, 4, 8. This is 8. And this is 8 as well, right? So 2 is the best number. Like, numerically. Am I being dumb? 8, 10, 8, yeah. 2 is best, or 1 with items? Yeah. 2 is fire orbs? I guess it kind of is, yeah. And that was a burn. But on a character who could recover it, though. 1 is the best with items. Yeah, I think 1 would be the best with items, because then obviously you get that extra... That scaling goes up. You want as many targets as possible. Of course. So if you had Eagle Eye Goggles and like a major power potion or something, and you just wanted to have a big impact turn, this is pretty good for that. I like this. This is a really interesting kind of juxtaposition, you know? Like, what do you want to do, like, as a player? Like, this is... I like the choice. It's like you get 3 cards in 1. I mean, not quite, but, you know, it's cool. And I'm sure there'll be situations where actually you're towards the end of a scenario and you just want to burn, like, a card for XP and maybe kill a couple of enemies quickly. And maybe you end up using a 3. Interesting. Interesting idea. The bottom is X is 1, 2, or 3 again. Move 4 minus X. Heal X. Range 4 minus X. Ooh, okay. So we could move for 3. And then we could heal 1 at range 3. Not great, really. We could move 2, heal 2, range 2. Or we could move 1, heal 3, range 1. That's a pretty decent heal. And the thing with movement as well is that sometimes you just want the action. Like, you don't really care what the value is, right? If you're playing Boots of Striding, sometimes you don't actually really care. Or if you're playing like Rocket Boots or any of the really high level boots, sometimes you don't even really care. It's just the point of having the move action is what gets you. That's what happens. So this is very flexible. Good at just removing a poison off of somebody and moving around. So on 11 initiative, you could essentially have a really nice move. On a low initiative, you can move that. And you could chuck a heal, maybe remove a wound or a poison off of a buddy. Or just give a little, incremental 1 heal for whatever reason, right? On 11 initiative. That's very, very good. Best Bossum in level 1. Yeah, I think so, potentially. I mean, you're going to get a lot of use out of this. The only thing that this card doesn't do is make scrap. God damn it. Why doesn't it make scrap? Sometimes you want movement and poison wound removal. Sometimes it's mana bolt bottom plus move 1. Yeah. Both the summons have better bottom actions. Well, they don't have the initiative to lend it to it, right? It depends. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about just the action, I think the combination of action plus initiative is what puts this over the top, right? It's basically, I get to go very, very early. You might not always go first. There are enemies that can beat you because you're not going under stuff like 5. There are some enemies that can go 7, 5. There are things that go underneath you, but it goes underneath most enemies, and it's a useful ability, full stop. Whereas the summons, yes, they do have better, but their initiative is just a slightly different use, right? And to be honest, I've always been a player who appreciates the early initiatives more than the lates, even though I know lates obviously have a very good place in the game and they are very useful. But I've always super valued earlies because they can just do things like, stop summoning enemies from summoning potentially because you play your CC, or you try and kill something before it gets to do that. You get that ability to be able to react to the enemies immediately rather than sort of hoping that they do something so that you could then move in and do something, right? Healing his robots should push time trackers back 1 spot as if you were mending them. That'd be kind of interesting. Be interesting if that would be... I mean, that would be really good on the artillery, but I don't think that's so good on the clockwork guy because you kind of want this guy to recycle himself a little bit, don't you? I'll tell you what, though. The investment to get 2 scrap, it's actually fairly high, right? It's not something that we can just do right now, so... we got to keep an eye on that. Like, it's quite easy for us to get some scrap, use it, get some scrap, use it. But to bank 2 scrap, we have to kind of stop ourselves from using one of the other abilities that uses scrap. Like, yeah, it's a bit more of an active decision. So, all right, let's check out. Where are we? We are here, right? Right, next card. So very, very strong card. This is easily an include. As an X card, easily an include, right? I think. You've always valued early initiatives, Mr. Hot Takes. I know it's particularly common, but what I'm saying is that I generally like to play as early as I can, as much as I can, all the time, right? I know a lot of other people do try to play the whole, go late, go early, go late, go early. They try and play that, the back-to-back kind of initiatives cycle. And I do on a couple of characters, but in general, I generally tend to just front load my characters with as much early initiative as possible. And when I look at an ability, often the initiative will be the deciding factor to me on whether or not I will be like, oh, that's the one I want. Cool. So that was power modulation. So remote control. One summoned ally you own within range 3 performs a move 2 Attack plus 0, suffer 1 damage with you controlling the action. Okay, so there's a little command one, right? Ooh, but the summon suffers 1 damage. Interesting. Remote control. Why is this good? Why is this good? I mean, I guess we can get a good little attack off with this, right? That's pretty good. That's nice. Our turret friend has HP. That's fine. 2 HP. Yeah, but it's just like the turret attacking is good, but it's not like summons are good because they're additional damage. But when you're not doing it on your turn, you know, then it's just kind of, you know, I suppose we would play a card that says attack. What is it? Attack 2, PS1, range 5. I mean, we'd probably play a card like that. Reposition, get a 4th attack. True. It would be a nice way to move that guy around a little bit. I'm at the feeling that guy might just stick around, though. Do you really want to move it around too much? I suppose it's nice to move it a little bit. So far, to me, the summons have been the... I mean, apart from obviously the bomber is the artillery is the best summon, you know, by a margin, I would say, in terms of its reliability. But in terms of you wanting to play... In terms of you, like, giving up a turn to do this, it's okay. I'm guessing I'm used to playing with, like, maybe more characters, and then that's... Because, like, if you're playing it... I could see this having a bit more value, maybe, in certain scenarios than others. I mean, it's an X card, right? It doesn't feel like it's the kind of one that I would always want, but I could see situations and stuff, right? Feels like a dead top. Yeah, in some way, to me, it feels like the top is... It's not bad, because it'll allow you to get an extra attack off and move it a little bit, potentially, which might be useful. Well, move it and attack with it, which could be useful. But also, it's kind of like a risky play. Will it actually sync up in a meaningful way a lot of the time? Maybe not. The bottom is move 3, force 1 adjacent enemy to perform move 1, with you controlling the action and ending in a hex adjacent to you. Move 3. I mean, that's kind of nice, right? That's like a scoundrel ability right there. Good for positioning some enemies, maybe into a trap. Like, there's potential for you to get them into a trap there. There's a little bit of potential for a trap usage there. Also, just maybe to line them up for something like this, maybe. I can see that. Is Crimsonscales the fan-made expansion? Yes. It is the kind of big box fan expansion. Cheap +1 move enhancement as well. Oh yeah, it could just make it a move 4 too. I mean, yeah, 37 initiative, move 3. I mean, it's not super glamorous, but it's usable. Is it good? Who made it? It's a huge collaboration project between many people, including people who are in chat right now. A lot of the people involved in the project are in chat. It is a very high quality product, to be honest, compared to like other, fan projects maybe in the past. It has been play tested. It has been tweaked. And yeah, a lot of work has gone into it. And yeah, I mean, so far we've reviewed, what are we on now, chat? Like our 5th class or something that we've been reviewing. And all of them have been high quality. Like, they've been good. Some of them I've liked more than others, but in general, they've all been, decent. And there's a whole new kind of story, and all of the artwork was done by the original Gloomhaven artist as well. So it's very, it fits very nicely, although it's not obviously an official licensed product or officially canon, if you like. It is, yeah, it's probably the most highly made, like, board game fan project you're probably ever going to find. Is it on Kickstarter? No. If you go to that link that Kira posted, the Crimsonscales, you can register for the second wave of printing. Whereas the first wave of printing is kind of gone out roughly around now. I know that a lot of people in chat have ordered the first wave and are waiting for it. But also you can get it on Tabletop Simulator for free if you want. So you want to just poke around. There's a Tabletop Simulator mod for it. And there's also print and play files there too, if you just wanted to print it yourself. So this card in general, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's okay. I just get a feeling that we can do a bit better. It's got its uses, but I'm just feeling like we can do a bit better, right? It's just yeah, it's like, well, we can do a little bit better. Maybe if we get another summon later on down the line that really works well with this, I can see we're coming up to another summon now. Perhaps my attitude would change. But I just feel like I like the idea of just dropping this guy and forgetting, and not really, and then just doing our own thing, right? And then we get the scrap back, and that'll work really nicely into maybe playing it again in the future. Like, I like the idea of just dropping this guy and forgetting it in a room. Okay, next card. Improvised exosuit. Consume 3 scrap. 3. Where are we getting all this scrap from? 3. That's, I mean, that's our big investment at level 1 at least. Maybe later levels this will be easier, but that's a lot. Shield oneself. Add +1 attack to all of your attacks. And it lasts for 4 rounds. And you get 1 scrap back. And 2 XP. Ooh. I mean, that's a big buff. +1 shield and +1 to all of your attacks. This is definitely like you're in the mix doing this type deal, right? And it's not a loss? No. I mean, the thing is that a card like this, I think the natural thing is to always go, let's compare it to the Mind's Weakness, right? Like, it's kind of like, it's a nerfed version of that with shield attached. That's quite, I mean, a 3 is a lot. We are choosing to play this over a summon, basically. That's what we're doing, right? We're saying, summons, hold my beer. We're the ones doing the damage, right? You're not playing a summon if you're playing this. I mean, the amount of generation that we've seen, we have not seen a way to generate more than 1 in a single action. We've seen ways to generate them, but we've not seen more than 1 in a single action yet. So that would imply that we would have to play 3 actions to generate to be able to get this. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a recycling thing going on, of course, because as you play summons, scrap starts coming back to you. So there is going to be kind of like a nice way that scrap will eventually kind of start feeding into itself a little bit. So again, similar to the Blinkblade in the sense that you're going to have this option to kind of stockpile a little bit here and there, and then you might have bursts where you spend it all on something like big like this or a summon, and then perhaps it starts to come, you start to kind of get the resource back again, and then you have a big turn where you drop a load of it. So kind of similar in that way. It's going to be very like tempo orientated and in your spending and it coming back. It's a really nice effect though. Really nice effect. And it's all your attacks as well. So this will play really nicely into a couple of our bottom attacks that we have. You know, we have some big AoEs already that we've seen. Some of them costing scrap though. So like this, for example, I mean, if we could get some scrap as well off something else, time this well, we could then go straight into this, right? We've got this. So next time we do this and we do this, the initiative is late, but that's fine on something like this, because realistically, this is a let's set up for the next turn, most likely. You're not going to be wanting to play this early. You're probably going to want to play this late and just be like, cool, we're not really doing anything this turn. I guess maybe you could use a bottom attack if you wanted to, but you're probably not doing too much except for maybe playing this, maybe getting some scrap as well by using the move on the bottom of this guy. Go get your scrap. Then you're kind of good, right? In fact, that's a really nice sequence of play right there. Spend 3. Get this guy up on your 90 initiative. Move in with this. Get yourself 1 more. Right? So now you've got 1 to play with for the next round. Then you can start just going ham. And you'll probably be in melee range. So you could start going super early if you wanted to and just start tanking, start doing your thing. I'm not sure if this character is going to be really great at tanking for 2 reasons. One being that we don't have the perk to ignore negative item effects. That's a big one. The second one being that we start with pretty low health. Not the lowest, but we start with, was it like 9? Was it? No, 7. 7 health. 7 health. So we're not, you know, in terms of like an increased difficulty level, we will struggle. But normal difficulty level, you'll be okay. To be fair, it's only 2 scrap total, not 3 and long term. Yeah, but that's the interesting part of this character, I think. That recycling that these cards give, it's like an investment, but it comes back again slightly at a little bit of a later date, is interesting. But obviously you need to get to 3 to begin with. So at some point you're going to be on 0 scrap. You know, you start the game with 0 scrap. So getting that engine going of spending it, getting some of it back, and generating some more as you go is going to be quite interesting. It's hard to... Another character that's going to be hard to explicitly say how easy that is without playing, because it's going to... You're going to need to feel the tempo out a little bit. And make sure you kind of sync your turns in good ways, right? It's 4 turns? It's 4, yeah. Sorry, did I say 3? I meant 4. Does this mean that you add +1 to all attacks the next 4? It's the next 4 rounds, yes. This happens. This is a unique thing for this character, which is that essentially timed tracks automatically advance 1 space at the end of the character's or their summoner's turn. Summon's turn. So this would go at the end of that. So it's a lot of damage. Like, the upside to this is huge, right? It's very different to Crackling Air. Yes, very, very different to Crackling Air. So combos quite nicely with this big boy. If you wanna go real crazy, works well with this. Okay, the bottom is a new summon. Summon Hollow Carapace. 9 HP, no move, no attack, no range. This summon is considered to have an initiative of 1 for the purposes of enemy focusing. Interesting. On death, we create a scrap, and it is 2 XP. So we got a target dummy, basically, right? We got a target dummy. 0-1 initiative. It's always going to be the focus when there's ever a tie in any way. It's always going to be the thing that's going to be focused. The 2 XP and the scrap is kind of nice, but it's a big investment. 9 health. At low levels, 9 health will last quite a long time. Potentially, you could sit there and heal it a little bit as well. You know, we've got a couple of... this card here gives us some incremental healing. So there's some cool little synergy between this and potentially this as well at some point, right? Big decoy. Yeah, this is probably decoy done kind of right, really. But you can enhance it to 10 health. I would not advise that. In theory, you can meme it with remote control. I suppose you could, yes. But it's... Wow, you can move it, but you can't... This is attack +0, though, right? So it doesn't do an attack, though, because it has no attack value. It will move, because it performs a move too, but it won't perform an attack because it's an attack plus 0 and it has no attack value. Yeah. So it would be cool if you could make it attack. Then I'd be more on board the hollow carapace meme potential. But without that attack, I'm like, I don't know, not so much. So this is kind of one of those cards where it's just all in one side or the other, right? It's a burn. Yes, it is a burn. It's scrap though, potentially. And it's scrap that doesn't really require you to spend any scrap, and it could take a couple of hits. It's probably not worth it in the grand scheme of things, considering that we're a 9-card character. Like this kind of thing, you're kind of burning it now for, I don't like passive burns that are, when I say passive, I mean passive in the sense that they're not progressing the scenario, and this does not progress the scenario. Like I like passive effects, right? They give you buffs and things, but I don't like passive burns that like they're just elongating the game somewhat. And yeah, this protects you a little bit, and it can kind of act like a little bit like a tank, and there is some value to a summon taking a hit when you don't. There is value to it, but I personally prefer to be aggressive. Let's try and kill things quickly. If we can't kill them, let's CC them. Let's deal with the enemies in that way, with our movement, with our positioning, with our abilities. Let's deal with it that way, rather than let's dump a big hulking thing in the middle and see how long it lasts. Because if you're playing on increased difficulty at level 1, this thing will die fairly quickly. ×2 gets drawn against it, and suddenly it looks very bad value, because it looks like you might have basically played a card that says, receive no damage this round or whatever, and I don't play cards like that. So, yeah, I think ultimately it's not really worth it, and the top is probably a little bit too all in for us at level 1, but this is like good, interesting combo potential, and as we get better at generating scrap, perhaps this could be something that really comes into the forefront. But perhaps we want to, maybe this is something for the future as an X. But this might be something that players will play at level 1, possibly. I could see it in some scenarios. Maybe it's like a survive 10 rounds. Yeah, drop it down, maybe. I hear you on this, but on the other hand, summon standee feels better than losing a card to damage. True. The standees do give a little bit more pop to the summons. But yeah, I find it to be pretty unusable for me. But the top is like a combo piece that's going to be interesting to see if we can get there. So let's carry on. We got level 2 yet? We are. All right. Level 2. Elemental Condenser. We've got attack 3, range 3. We've got something to do with elements. This is the first time we've seen that, right? If ice is consumed, immobilize. If fire is consumed, wound. If earth is consumed, poison. If wind is consumed, push 2. So it's attack 3, range 3, 4 initiative as well. Oof. Interesting. Very versatile. Lots of different things on here. Lots and lots of different things on here. We do have that one modifier that we had that allows us to create any element we choose. So we do have one modifier, but that is the only element generation we've seen so far with this character. So we have no way of really reliably saying, yeah, there's going to be an element there and we can use it. So this is to basically combo off with party mates. Yeah, but possibly you might have, like, if you get a wand, I guess you could be a lot more reliable. And wand is not a bad thing to have on this character, considering we could also just chuck it away for a 5 attack at some point, right? So this would work well with certain parties. So these kind of things quite hard to evaluate. I mean, 4 initiative, attack 3, range 3 is still good. So, I mean, that's good value. So you might end up just taking it for something like that. But obviously, what kind of element you use is going to wildly differ for situation, party, enemies you're facing. You know, they could be generating elements, right? With mana potion, a bit of planning, you can do whatever you want with enemy. Yeah, but it's like there's no, like, I think you probably want to go for the wound or the poison, most likely. Push maybe to activate a trap. Immobilize is probably the weakest here in terms of like you actually using it for something useful. Yeah, you could consume the ice, I guess, to immobilize the melee enemy on 4 initiative. That is good. But ice is a premium element, man. Ice is tied to a lot of good stuff. You know, I don't know. Crimsonscales is a bit more balanced though, so ice doesn't equal stun quite as much. But you know, a lot of ice is usually a very premium element in the game because it usually is linked to stun. So might be hard to fight somebody for that ice. But if that isn't the case, because your party isn't that like that, and Crimsonscales does not have as much of that, which so far it hasn't. So maybe you have some claim to that ice. Premium, what you regarded, you remembered Luminary. You literally bullied Luminary because of ice. Yeah. All right, true. Push is the weakest out of the blue. Yeah, I mean, if you have no other elements on the board, sure. But push can be effective in most scenarios, because like you can find the situation to use push, right? Like I would find myself more often than not, like if I had a mana potion, I would find myself more often than not trying to make wind or air to add a push to. I would, like, hands down, than I would be like, oh, I should create ice to do an immobilize next turn. That probably won't happen in my brain. Like, because usually with traps, you see the opportunity and you're like, let's jump on it. We can kill something here. And you would be immediately 4 initiative, go in, push. So I don't know, like, yes, in a vacuum, like if you just, there was no traps on the board, there's nothing you could ever push into, sure. But like, I feel like if my plan was to use a mana potion, I'm probably going to be mana potioning for like air here, really. The other three I think like I would use naturally, but I don't know why. Just because the way that I usually try and play the board, I don't know. So for initiative, you or one summoned ally you own within range 3 performs shield 1, affects self and all adjacent allies. Huh. That's pretty nice. The all adjacent allies thing is pretty big. Suddenly making this card good, huh? No. I think I mean, sure, for initiative, if you don't need to move though, that's the thing, right? You're not moving here, but I'm sure you can figure out a good position where you can go super early. It doesn't matter. But shielding an ally up for 1 and getting everybody else means that target 2s don't really come into play. Any kind of AoEs that the enemy might come up with might not come into play. So that's good. It's very good. Shield or move 2 on 4 is pretty reliable. Yeah, I can see myself also using this as just a move 2, definitely, for sure. I can easily see myself using this as a move 2. Just as much as the shield one. It's a very, very versatile card, this. I mean, early initiatives are like that, though. Early initiatives, more than any other initiative, you're looking like, is this going to be a default action at some point? And yeah, could be. It's going to be tough to give up a 4 initiative, chat. Whatever this next card is, it's going to have to blow me away to get rid of this. The only thing that I dislike with this card in general is I don't feel like it plays very well into our mechanics. Like, I want more ways to get scrap. Like, that seems like a really interesting way to play the game. And so this doesn't really interact with our class mechanics particularly, right? Because we have no elements. And obviously, like, shielding is a nice thing to do, but it's not like any character could in theory have this ability, right? It doesn't feel like it's very unique to this character. Okay. Trajectory Diverter. X is 2, 3, or 4. Attack X, range 6 minus X with muddle. And X3. So this could be 23, it could be 33, it could be 43. And this could be attack 4, range 2 with muddle. This could be attack 3, range 3 with muddle. Attack 2, range 4 with muddle. Well, obviously attack 4, range 2 is the one. That's the dream here, right? But 43 is... Blech. Blech. I mean, we'd have to pair it with something, right? Oh, look, 4 initiative. Yeah, I mean, obviously, attack 4 is the play here. That's what you want. And that's a very good value attack. But the initiative sucks, so you need to pair it with something else, I would say. I mean, maybe you could go late. You could maybe pair it with a super late initiative and then maybe just move in. It's possible. That might be okay. Yeah, there was one more X initiative card before this, yeah. And the thing with this is that we have to declare it when we reveal our cards. So, you know, we can't change this depending on, you know, what the enemy flips or anything like that. Like it is, we have to make that decision up prior. The bottom is X is 2, 3, or 4 again. Pull X, range X plus 1. Push 5, minus X, range 5, minus X. That's a mouthful, that one. So let's say we did 2. So we could pull 2 at range 3. Then we could push that enemy away. 3. Oh no, it's a separate ability. Okay. Sorry, I don't know, in my head I had it that we were like pulling them and then we were pushing them. But we're actually, it's actually a ranged push. So you could pull something and then you could push something else. Yeah, this is a really good way of activating multiple traps, right? We've only had one card to do with placing traps so far, though. But this is a really good way to try and, you know, position enemies in a very specific way. Or maybe, like, say, for example, you've got an archer towards the back of a room and you're like, I want to get that archer in. And then I want to, like, push something closer to me away. That's then going to be like a trouble. So you can pull some artillery or, you know, some other enemy that's really annoying, and they usually have them at the back of a room. Get them up to the forefront so they're actually in the mix. Kind of like the swap cards with the Beast Tyrant, right? They're always really good because they screw with the dynamic of the scenario, because suddenly the whole benefit of the enemy being that, oh, I'm really hard to get to because I'm sat behind a load of traps, or difficult or hazardous terrain. You're like, nope, come over here. And you just swap them in, you move them in, and then suddenly it becomes a lot easier to deal with that enemy in particular, right? You could do the same target if you really wanted to move around. Yeah. I first thought it was the same target, but no, it's a separate ability, which is cool. It's more flexible, much more flexible. Oh, so this is a bit of a doozy, really, at level 2. Like, what do we? I mean, 4 initiative is just so good, but this is the better attack. Not particularly exciting, though, I will say. I mean, both cards, I really want to see some more scrap stuff. Hopefully we'll see that. I mean, looks like we have. I can sneak peek. But I really like the scrap mechanic in general. And a bit disappointed that there isn't something for us at level 2 to just kind of make us a bit better at that. There's something here that makes us better at the traps. And I also quite like the idea of messing around with traps. You know, it's always kind of like, I always want to try and make traps work. So I feel like this could be a good way of trying to do that. I mean, out of these two, I think it's pretty clear that if you're playing in a party where you can get elements all the time and they're not using them and it's just free flowing, then this could be the best pick, because you're going to be able to relatively reliably get an element here and be able to use it and get some really good value, because attack 3 range 3 wound is attack 4, so basically with upside. So, you know, in that way it's worse. You know, this is actually better. If you could reliably consume fire, this is better than this. And it's 4 initiative too. So, I mean, there's quite a clear, I think, and it's got better initiative. I think it's just this is the pick. Probably. This is the better power level pick, right? For initiative is very excited. Yeah, it's really hard to turn down this. Really, I mean, even just an attack 3, range 3, if you needed something dead and you were like, oh no, I just need it. I need to go before it. Or like if you've got an imp or something, you're like, please don't heal. Like you can go on 4 initiative and just hopefully kill it. On 4 initiative. It's super good. Yeah, I think this is going to be, unfortunately, the problem is as well here is that they're too similar almost, right? You've got an attack and an attack, which means that, okay, I can quite easily here do a like for like comparison, right? It's very easy for me here to do a like for like comparison between these two level 2s by just comparing the two tops. I can just say, well, if this is a 3, right? 33 initiative, attack 3, range 3 model. Well, I get attack 3, range 3, 4 initiative, and I get all of this upside. So, like, where, oh, this could be attack 4? Well, I guess I just consume wound. But, like, wound is worth a point of damage. Poison could be worth more than a point of damage. We have bottom attacks, so we could actually get an additional point of damage from the poison immediately if we wanted to, right? Like, so there's things that, like, it's a hard sell. This top action is a hard sell, right? What even outspeeds 4 initiative? Flame demons? No. I think the earliest initiative. Is there a 3? No. Imps on 5 is pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, it beats everything, right? Wind at 2 and 3. Oh yeah, wind have got 2 and 3. That's a good point. So you don't beat them, but that's like one enemy, right? That's one enemy, and also that's one enemy that will be significantly nerfed in the future too. Like it's I think one of the things that a lot of players fed back, and also this is to counter the amount of crowd control that there will be in Frosthaven, is a lot of enemies with really annoying abilities that just kind of like screw players over are not going to be as prevalent. Like players are going to be, you're going to have less CC, so less like, or hard CC, like stun and disarm. You have less of that kind of stuff, but the enemy is going to have less abilities to really screw with you, which would mean that you would need that kind of stuff to stop that from happening. So less summoning enemies, less night demons going invisible on early initiatives, stuff like that. Being disarmed really alone. There will still be enemies that do that, but it just won't be quite as bad. It'll be a bit more of a leveling of the playing field, right? So yeah, this is, unfortunately, I mean, this is interesting though. And this is different, so it's harder to obviously rank it up against this a bit more, because, you know, with trap cards or maybe something else coming up in the future, maybe this could be fun in some way. But yeah, I mean, who's not choosing Elemental Condenser? I just feel like it's just a bit of a missed opportunity, right? Because you put 2 abilities that are incredibly comparable, and one's got 4 initiative, and is arguably maybe better anyway, depending on your party that you're playing with. Right? It's just, you don't want a slam dunk pick, and this is pretty much a slam dunk pick. All right, level 3. Trudging Bulwark. Consume 2, scrap, summon Clockwork Guardian. This is 7 health, 1 attack, move 1, shield 2. Oof. Tanky boy, very tanky. This is what you like to see. Shield 2 is that's a lot of shield. Plus, potentially, if we took our level 4, our level 2, our 4 initiative, we could be shielding up for days. This guy's just chilling. It's just chilling. Too bad it only lasts 3 rounds. Well, if you play on normal difficulty, not so much. It'll last for a long time on that. Plus, you have heals that you have as well. You also have ways to move it a little bit as well, right? With the other X card. So there's some things we can do. Big slime. Yeah. I guess it is comparative to the summoner slime. It's timed. Only 3 rounds. Yeah. So it only lasts for 3 rounds. But, I mean, that's kind of good in a way, right? That's kind of good. Because if it didn't last for 3 rounds, this would have to be a burn. Which means that, you know, maybe it might have a little bit more health or something to compensate. I don't know how you would balance that in that way. Maybe you give it a little bit more health, or maybe you give it no attack or something. I don't know. But either way, the fact that it's got 3 rounds, it will probably survive 3 rounds with 7 health and shield too. Probably. Then it goes away. You get some scrap. You play it again on a future turn. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want, right? You want it to recycle. You want to get that scrap. You want to then use that to play something else. I mean, what's not to love, right? It tanks things for 3 rounds. Probably stays alive. Probably. Might not always, but probably. Puts in a few little attacks for you too. Maybe. The attacking side of things, I guess, is a little bit more swingy. This move 1 is bad. So, you know, you're going to have to make sure you chuck it right in at the front line. Otherwise, yeah, it's probably not going to be doing too much. But in theory, you've got a lot of tanking here. Yeah, 3 round summon doesn't need to move more than 1. I kind of agree. Because what I can see a good play for this, because it's 2 scrap, right? A good play for this would actually be to move in with the little clockwork, the bottom of this. Move in, get the second one that you need. Get a scrap, get the second one that you need, maybe. Then chuck this guy down, right? Chuck him down. Go nice and early. Not them. Not him. He's the bad one. Then chuck him down. Then go nice and early the next turn. This guy's going to move into a good position because you're going to be right next to the enemies. He's going to move into a nice position. Then you're going to run away. Let him do his thing. You can do your attack. It's all good. And then he's there, ready to go. Set up for the next round. Got his shield 2. Maybe even done his attack already. Or maybe even got an attack off already. Seems really good. Go late, summon it, then go early the next turn. Make sure that he's right in the thick of it. Shouldn't be too hard. That's some good tanking. Absolutely. Really good. I really like this summon. This is a tanking summon that's powerful and done in a good way. Really good way. Because this is a really interesting way to balance summons, and I think I really like it. Because it's almost acting as if it's almost acting as if like you're playing a passive ability or something that gives you some sort of like ability for X amount of charges or hits or rounds, and then it kind of goes away, and then you can play it again. It means that you don't worry so much about someone's dying. They can be more impactful without being too busted, because there's the whole fact that you have to spend a turn to play them, and you have to spend scrap to play them as well. So that means that, you know, you're not getting it completely for free. You're kind of giving up on maybe some other powerful abilities you might have to be able to play this instead. So you're not completely getting it for free. And also, this costing 2 and your other ones also costing 2 will mean that you might struggle sometimes to have, you know, 2 summons out. I mean, I can see you could probably do it, but especially once they start recycling a bit. If you're not spending it on anything but these guys, it's probably pretty reasonable to get 2 out. It's a support card that does a bit of damage. Yes. And the attack 1 is definitely not something to be necessarily overlooked, because we have +1 attack disarm, we have +1 attack wound, we have +1 attack poison, we have generate an element, which we could maybe use with our 4, right? We have refresh. Well, refreshing item is no good for him, but we have other +1s as well. We have the +3. We have the +3 heal to self, or whatever it is, right? I mean, if this guy draws that, that'd be funny. So yeah, there's some good things for this character, this summon to do, right? Sometimes you can spend the first cycle just farming scrap, then go all in room 2. I like that idea. Sort of powering up, getting all your resources ready to go. I think you need to wait for them to recycle, then maybe in a later cycle you can have 2. Yeah, makes sense. It seems like it easily soaks 4 to 5 attacks. You would hope so. Now, obviously, if you come into a scenario where you're against a lot of Pierce, you're against archers and they have Pierce, this guy's not going to do well. Not going to do well. So let's have a look at the bottom to see if, like, this is a card that we could play for the bottom, maybe, in a pinch. Disarm 1 trap within range 3. All figures adjacent to the disarmed trap suffers 2 damage. That's not bad either. I mean, there's a bit of trap synergy there. I'm liking the trap synergy. The problem, I guess the problem with this is that it only really works with like bad traps. And actually, funnily enough, this is really good against archers. Not so good against archers. This is really good against archers because they make loads of traps. So, like, kind of covers both bases, right? Hits a living spirit flying over a trap too. Yes. Throw a trap and explode. Yeah. Wow, technically you're not throwing a trap. You're more like, it's more like there's a trap and you're throwing like a rock into it. And it like goes up. Or you've got like a remote explosive, right? And you're kind of like triggering it remotely. Like you're pressing a button when the enemies are around it. So kind of like detonate. It's a bit more like detonate, right? That kind of thing. They get an extra attack 1 each turn. It's just good because flipping modifiers with a deck is really quite good. Yeah, I think so. Throw another trap at the trap to spring it. Yeah. Whatever you need to do to get the job done. But this does make you, this potentially makes your little level 1 trap a little bit better. Because I think it was just 2 damage without the scrap, right? Unfortunately, we don't get the XP though. Feels bad. But essentially, it could make this 2 damage across a lot of different enemies rather than just 1, right? Possibly. Because although this is obviously quite nice at times, I think, you know, if you're going for the scrap saver strat, you're not going to want to spend it on something like this, I would think. Probably want to save it. But then you aren't moving for 2 rounds. Yeah, not moving is maybe a bit of a deal, but you'd be surprised if you can get yourself into a good position, especially as you're ranged. You have quite a few ranged abilities on this character, some with some ridiculous range too. So it feels like you can probably make do with not moving for a few rounds, right? I think like you can make that happen. I really like this card, chat. I would be hard pressed to not pick something like this. A really interesting, fun summon is like some of the best fun you can have in Gloomhaven, in my opinion. So, like, the Bone Shaper, I'm really excited to play with just because of the Bone Horde. Like, it's just like amazing. And this kind of thing just feels really fun, right? So let's go on to the next card, but this feels really fun. Retrofit weapons. Attack 3. If you target 2 or more enemies, get scrap. Oof. That's some good scrap generation. And it's a decent attack anyway. A little sweeping blow for you, chat. Little sweeping blow action for you, but much better. Another easy scrap. Yeah, pretty easy to get, you would think, right? Pretty easy to get. And it's just a decent attack anyway. Retrofit is definitely a payoff for going exosuit. Yes, for that buff. Because you can get scrap quite quickly and easily with this. And then you can just go all in on it. Yeah, I like that. Then you attack 3 things for 4. Non-burn. This character's really gonna love a stamina potion. I mean, I know every character loves a stamina potion, but you know, maybe being able to really combo off with that would be pretty fun. And also just to maybe play another card to generate scrap. Like you might actually consider short resting or stamina potioning back a card that just gets you scrap. Nice enhancement AoE spots as well. Yeah, actually that's not too bad. I mean, we are starting to get into like, I mean, that you can expect to maybe enhance a level 3 card, but it's we've had 1 loot card so far, which was a fairly decent loot card that we would definitely be playing. Might be a bit harder to keep it in a 9-card hand though. That's always the trick with loot cards. Characters that if you don't have like a really, really strong other half of the card and you have a small hand, you do tend to just sort of like get rid of them for the higher level cards, right? Because they're like oh, do I swap the card that attacks something or do I swap the card that loots? You know, or at least I do. Yeah, this is very powerful for the engine for sure. Really going to power us. So 60 initiative though is obviously not great, so we would need to probably pair this with something, whether it be going early or late. We would need to pair it with something. This won't be our leading initiative. Place this card in one adjacent ally's active area and treat it as if they own the card. Okay, it's cost us a scrap. On your next 3 attacks, gain +1 attack and Pierce 2. Now that's a pretty decent support ability too. Now this is more like Crackling Air, right? This is kind of Crackling Air. This is not the same as R1, which was all of our attacks. This is the next 3 attacks that she makes. So if you were to do this attack, it would use all 3 charges, right? If there were 3 enemies there. Kind of interesting though, and it's a nice support card. It's pretty powerful. The PS2, that helps you kill so many enemies. So many troublesome enemies. This character has like some interesting support elements. Not a burn? Yeah, not a burn. Neither of these 2 things are burns. Yeah, Crackling Air is a loss, but you can get it back, right? Like, the Spellweaver has a lot of cards that are burns because you can get them back. Like, I mean, to be clear, I don't think Crackling Air is particularly great. I've tried many times to get it to work. And in fact, initially, it was the card that I suggested in my guide. My very first guide I ever did. Wow, I think I might have done the Mind Thief first, but my second guide that I ever did. But I've gone really cold on that card in future years. Yeah, like I liked the idea of trying to get it to combo into Ride the Wind initially, and then like at the time I was doing it and I wasn't playing on increased difficulty or anything like that. I was still, you know, playing on relatively normal difficulty, like +1 I think, and I was just using it and it was fine. But yeah, I really soon figured it out that it was pretty bad. Only worth it with shields, you say? Then it's very much worth it. Yeah, I mean, the specifically only 3 attacks does, you know, it does limit its potential quite a bit. This is a really difficult choice. It really is, between these 2, because obviously like having a bit more scrap generation would benefit this build too, you know. I mean, if you want raw kind of damage dealing potential, and if you wanted to go the exosuit way, right? Which was this. If you wanted to go for this, I think you have to take the other one. Like, I think you have to take this. Because it just combos so nicely with it, and it's going to give you a really nice sequence of play. But I mean, if you just want to play a fun summon, this is a really fun summon. I guess I would probably try this. Like, I mean, if I'm trying the character, I would try this. Because this seems like kind of interesting and fun. And one of the things that I quite like about this character so far is that it's like the Tinkerer 2.0. It's like the character the Tinkerer maybe should have been in many ways, with a better mechanic. And I always liked the idea of the Tinkerer, you know, building machines and things. Like, I went for the summons when I played it. It's the very first character I ever played, and I went for all of the summons because I was like, yeah, I'm the Tinkerer, I'm building things. And obviously the summons are just like pretty average to poor. And it's nice to actually have like a really cool summon. We might end up coming back, chat. You're going summon route so far? I tend to agree with you, but we may come back for this. Tinkerer makes IKEA furniture on wheels. I tell you what, if you play digital, at least they kind of made the summons look interesting. They made them look interesting. Tinkerer has also the best animation, or my favorite animation in the game, which is Disintegration Beam, in my opinion. Right, energy transmission. Level 4. X is 3, 4, or 5. So 35, 45, or 55. Pretty much all pretty poopy, to be honest, apart from maybe 35. Heal X, range X, strengthen, regenerate. Ooh. Oh, now we're talking. So this could be a heal 3. What? That's crazy. Heal 3, range 4, regenerate, strengthen. Can self-target with it too. I mean, yes, it's a top. That's pretty damn good. Like, regenerate is a thing. Is regenerate wound inverted? Yes. So regenerate was added in Forgotten Circles. It is basically you gain 1 health at the beginning of your turn. And then if you ever take any damage from any by any means, the regenerate would fall off. You're probably good picking 5 for that in most situations. You want to heal 5, range 2, strengthen, regenerate. I mean, sure, you could move too, right? That's a huge heal. And you could still pair it with a bottom low initiative to let the person use it, right? You could just play it with like your 4 or with a 2 or something. You know, the 12 that we had. Like, you can still play it on a low initiative. Like, you just pair it with something. Regen heals wounds, right? Yes. Heal 5s are often burns. Yeah. Tinkerer right now. Tinkerer right now. Just like peering in the window. Like, oh. So, should we take a look? What is it? Hang on, let me find it. Let me find it a sec. Let me find it a sec. Is this the joke as well? Did they actually do this as a joke? They did, right? They must have. There's no way that whoever designed this card didn't do this unwillingly. Level 4s, huh? Level 4s. You can ask. This has to be a meme. But it has XP. That's 22 initiative too, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Oh, man. A move 3 loot burn? How would you not take that? I know. It does everything. But this has to be, like, there's no way that you put a heal card, a level 4, on the Tinkerer replacement class without not taking a underhand shot at microbots. Like, come on. I mean, come on. It's just tragic. It's just absolutely tragic. I don't see it. Those enhancement dots, though. Yeah. Well, I mean, considering that microbots is literally the biggest meme in Gloomhaven, they have to. It is like if they were like, what could we do better? What could we do better? Oh, God. Okay, so the top is very good. We definitely know that that's a very good value heal.
No, that's a lot of damage.
The bottom, though, is a lot of damage. Not really. It's move X, so either 3, 4, or 5. Muddle, range X -1. Target 6 -X. So, what do you want to do this on? Like 3, maybe? No, because then you what? You want to do this on 4? Move 4. Range 3. Model 2. I mean, I don't think you probably want to play this for the bottom, right? It was kind of weird to me. Move 5, muddle something in range 4. Yeah, you'll take that. I guess so. Yeah, I guess it's the move 5, right? Yeah, the move 5, I guess. That is 55 initiative, though. So, like, the card itself will need to be paired with something, right? Like, you're going to be looking for a low or either an early or a late initiative with a good top action, right? To pair with this. The top might be too good to not play. I think that the top is really very good, chat. Like, it's really good. In terms of heal abilities, this is, I mean, as a single ability that's not a burn, that's fairly easy to play, because it's not on the, like, even though the heals like this are obviously generally better on the bottom, like, you are giving up a top action, which has always been the bad thing to do with heals as well, because heals are, you know, taking away from attacks you could be doing. But I think it's worth it. Very supporty. We've seen a couple of cards that have leaned us a little bit more towards support, right? Saw this previously. We saw another one of these as well. You know, the summons are kind of supporty, but hey, if you wanted to go full-blown support, you're not going to find a better heal than this. Really. Everyone will love you for this top. Yeah, absolutely. Right. This is going to be interesting what this other card is going to be. So, Ransack Clutter. This is an attack 3, pierce 3. If this attack kills a target, you may refresh one of your spent or consumed. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We had to wait until level 4. But we've assembled the combo. I said at the time, I was like, oh, I wonder if there's something that can combo with this later on. We'll have to have a little think about it. Where is it? Is it this one? Where are you? There. So, repurpose leftovers makes us consume an item to attack something for 5. Then we could always follow it up with that guy. We're attack 3, pierce 3, and then we can refresh the item that we consumed. Good value. If we can do that, I think that's pretty good. Refresh is spent. Yes. Or consumed. It says spent or consumed. You could refresh a Warhammer. Yes, you could. I mean, now you'll be looking at all of the really crazy broken hand items, right? Warhammer would probably be the easiest to get your hands on early on in the game. Obviously, it's a starting item. So Warhammer, Ancient Drill. To be honest, even stupid stuff now, like if you can get yourself, you know, obviously a very strong helmet like Pendant of Dark Packs. The necklace, whatever it's called. Like there are good items here. Very good items. Or just use it on goggles. Yeah, absolutely. If you just want to use it on goggles too, you've got that. And the fact that this also combos well with the exosuit build. I think the exosuit build probably wants to play like with this. So you'd play with this. You'd play with the other level one that combos well with this. You'd play with exosuit. You'd play with this. You'd probably play with the skewer style card. And you just play with a load of melee attacks, right? You got shield 1. You might still be a little bit at risk, I guess, because you still have low health. So you have to be a little bit careful. But you got some really good initiatives to move about quickly and freely. You got some really good attacks that can kill things fairly quickly. I mean, that seems like a pretty good build. You can spend an item for the ability, consume an item for attack, then bring it back. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, imagine if you were to use Ancient Drill with this. Oh my god. So use Ancient Drill with this attack, because for some reason you want PS5. You know, just in case. Become a 3 spear. Yeah, you're basically kind of doing 3 spear things, but kind of a little bit less broken than 3 spears, because your range of combo is smaller but fairer, more consistent, right? Like it's a bit more narrow in its range. Like small items are too good, so I feel like limiting this to just head, foot, and your hands is very good, because it limits the stupidness that you're clearly going to use stamina potions and live forever otherwise. So at least it sort of limits that side of things. The helmet is the odd choice because, like I said, Pendant of Dark Packs is a thing. But of course, if you draw that curse, though, you ain't refreshing it. It does give you Empowering Talisman and Pendant of Dark Packs. Technically, would give you stamina potions back, but you know. So this seems really nice combo. I like the idea. This wasn't really what I was expecting. To be honest, I was not expecting this kind of theme to... I mean, that level 1 card obviously hinted at it, and I thought, that's kind of cute. But there's actually quite an aggressive, like, melee build here with this character, which is quite interesting. Not really like what you're expecting from the kind of, you know, the kind of theme of the character, right? So the bottom is move 3, loot each hex you enter with this movement. And now we're Scoundrel. Now we're scoundrel. Now we're just scoundrel. I mean, this is really the dream. So I don't think we'll be playing much of this, but this is the dream, really, isn't it? And actually, to be honest, you can play this without, like, so you don't have to be playing the level 1 card, right? To make this good. This is still good regardless. Like, you don't need to be going all in on the combo. You can just splash this type of effect in. And, you know, you're going to have some boots. You're going to maybe have, like, a powerful hand item. You could even be playing a ranged build with Piercing Bow and just use this card to try and refresh Piercing Bow. And just to, like, maybe kill an enemy at the end of the room when things are a bit safer, right? You don't need to have all of the other pieces. This is just a good ability, full stop. Like, it doesn't need to really be the part of the combo to be good. It's still really good, just as it is, right? You want to play the summon strategy and exosuit melee warhammer cheese strategy? Yeah. You play the bottom with your top loot 1 on the last turn to maximize annoy your friends. Just to get everything? Sure. Yeah, there's some very, very strong things you can do with this. Seems like a game-breaking card. I mean, you still have to kill the enemy, right? You still have to kill the enemy. And also, I don't really know what the items that are included in Crimsonscales are. Most people who are going to be playing these characters, at least, you know, now, are going to be playing them in Crimsonscales. Maybe it's not quite so bad. But obviously there's a couple of really too strong items that if you could continually loop, is a bit of a problem. I would say Piercing Bow is maybe a little bit of an issue. Only if you play on, like, increased difficulty, though. And that's the thing. Like, if you play, like, on really high difficulty, Pierce becomes, like, an incredibly valuable thing to have. Like, incredibly valuable. Whereas if you're just sort of, like, you know, just playing around on normal, you know, you're not necessarily going to be all in. But, like, for example, with Piercing Bow, I've got, you know, you got a level 1, you know, attack 3, range 3 here. You got, like, goggles with this. It's very good. You know, that's a strategy that I usually like to build around. So, wow, level 4 is a real doozy, huh? This is I mean, this is the broken card, but this is Microbots fixed. You know? I think if you have a Tinker in your party, you just take this just to annoy them. Just to really rub it in. You've also got the absolute, like, this card's still hanging out if you haven't taken this. I think, though, if you're going down this route, you probably have already taken this. I get that feeling. But, like, if you're all in on this, you probably already took this at level 3. I think you have... This just works so well with everything. Just works well with every build. Why not? Party of all the Quattrals. Yeah. Can do it now. Yeah, this I think is really one of the best heals I've seen in the game. You know, like reusable heals. I mean, Saw has some very good heals. But strength and regenerate on an ally, or even just on yourself. The problem is the timing. Like, regenerate is one of those abilities that I haven't played loads with myself because I haven't played Forgotten Circles. So I haven't played with regenerate at all, really. And in theory, like, reverse wound sounds really good, but obviously it requires you to not take any damage. So I don't really know how long regenerate ends up really sticking around. Obviously, if you can time it at the right time, then go on to, like, a long rest, you know, get a heal then. Like, potentially this could heal somebody all the way up to full. over the course of like 3 rounds, right? You play it before they go. Then they long rest next turn. Then they go into the next room. So they could potentially get like 3 ticks of it, I guess. But it's a really good way of trying to get somebody back up to like full health between rooms, or if they need to like fall back, or like obviously regenerate doesn't really work very well on tanks really, because it just gives them maybe 1 heal possibly, but then they're going to get hit probably. So like it works well between rooms, and it works well on like ranged characters, or if you have the opportunity to swap focus a little bit. No, I've probably taken the busted card, but I do really like this. I think this is a really interesting and good heal card, which boy do we need them, because there aren't that many in the game. There really aren't that many in the game. Okay, level 5, launch skywards. We got a 3 scrapper. A 3 scrap summon. Summon clockwork drone. 3 health, 3 attack, 3 move, 3 range. Flying, target 2, but only lasts for 2 rounds.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Well, it's 6 damage across 2 turns. Nice. Well, actually, sorry, it's 12 damage. Ooh. It's a big investment with the 3 scrap, though, chat. You know, you're not playing this, like, within the first few turns of the game, are you? And it only recycles 1, right? So, like, where the other summons were, like, 2 and you'd get 1 back. So you're kind of, like, 50, you know, 50-50 on the deal. It's not quite that. Hey, Astute. You remember seeing most of these classes in their super alpha beta form? This is the first time I've been looking at these guys. Some of them have been around a long time, though. Use that card that gives your summon another move and attack. Yeah, that could be pretty good. That could be very good here. Really, really good. Hey, Fluke. Good evening. With the 12 damage, you think you bring the command now for this? Yeah, quite possibly. Because now you're just going to be getting a free attack 6, you know, attack 3, target 2 when you play that, which is good value. Ooh. I like where this summon's at. It's very aggressive. So aggressive. And the flying and the move 3 is pretty relevant to make sure you get that target 2, right? Thing is, this guy might end up moving himself into a bit of position and dying. I guess that's the thing. He might die. But then he's only around for 2 rounds. You should probably be able to play your initiative in a way to stop that from happening. I would hope. I'd kind of hope. It's undoubtedly really, really strong. And if you're going for the summon build, I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. But the problem with the whole summon build, though, is that we haven't really been taking many scrap generators. Like, I mean, to be honest, we've only had, what, 1, maybe 2, did we? So far? From the level ups? I guess this generates. But you kind of want to play the tops. It's interesting that the bottoms seem to generate for all of these, right? Yeah, every single one. Every single summon top has had a scrap generator on the bottom. That means that you should, in theory, you know, you're picking and choosing the right summon for the job. Oop, where are we? There. You're picking and choosing the right summon for the job. And then you're using the other ones to, you know, fuel that up so you can play it, right? You can kind of guarantee his life. Yeah, if you move 3 and flies, you can go late. Yeah, you play this late, and then on the next turn you would you'd play it super early. And then potentially you'd play it with your control card, your remote control card. Yeah, that could be very good. I'll tell you what, I really like this character having like 2 really distinct ways of playing. And neither of them are like particularly difficult to get your head around, but they are very unique. And then you've got like this 3rd support build as well, kind of chucked in the mix as well. You know, it's almost got like 3 builds. I feel like it's got 2 clear builds, which are like summons and the exosuit build. That feels pretty clear cut. Whereas the support build is maybe a little bit more kind of like you'd probably use elements of the summon build, probably. It's clever. It's good. I think that this is a really well made class. Like there's a lot of diversity. Like out of all of the ones we've played so far, this is the one that I feel like I would like to play twice. Like out of most of them, like. Because there's just 2 really clear ways of playing that are almost polar opposites to each other. Almost. Like, oh, I'm going to be a melee damage dealer. I'm going to run in. I'm going to have shield. And I'm just going to hit things really hard. Refresh all my items. Or I'm going to be this, like, scrap kind of generator guy. And I'm going to construct machines out of it and plonk them down. And then I'm going to do a big couple of damage turns. Feels like there's a really nice difference between the 2 builds. The move 5 on the bottom, jump. If you move through 2 or more enemies, create scrap. I mean, probably pretty easy to do that. Obviously, if there are 2 enemies on the board. You'd have to maybe be a little bit closer to the enemies, possibly, than you'd like to be. You know, you're not going to be able to, like, fly from the back lines. But you can always add movement to this if you needed to. Not that you probably need to, but it's possible. It's pretty easy to do. Wow. That's a really good summon, chat. Really, really good summon. It's going to be hard to top something like this. You think offering a summoning class that generally has players who are allergic to summons as a playstyle is quite valuable. Yeah, summons have always been the weaker part of the game. And the characters who rely very heavily on summons are generally the weaker characters in the game. This feels like summons done in a really good way, really aggressive way, to allow you to almost use them as just attacks and as bodies, which is similar to like what Bone Shaper's doing too. You know, Bone Shaper's just throwing skeletons after skeletons after skeletons at the enemies, blowing them up themselves. You know, they're taking hits, they're doing stuff. You know, and instead of taking health as your resource with this character, you got scrap. It's kind of like that's the price you pay, which is kind of interesting. Which means that you are going to have to make choices. So you're not going to be able to run every summon. You are going to have to kind of pick and choose, but you will have a kind of a snowball effect where once you start getting a good amount of scrap, you can start playing stuff, and then when it dies, it's going to give you scrap back. Where it's going to get a bit awkward for the summon build is when if your summons die before they recycle that scrap, then it's not the end of the world. You can kind of start again, but that would be a bit of a speed bump for the character. So like, I feel like this character could have a scenario where everything works out perfectly for you and you're just like snowball with your scrap and you're just constantly playing summons. Like, it just feels really good. And then there's going to be situations when, oh, my summon died. Oh, my summon died. And you're going to get these little speed bumps. A bit like when you're playing an elemental class and like you're playing in a particular scenario where, you know, the enemies keep consuming the element that you want to use or something. You know, it's like, it's frustrating. You feel like it's a bit of a speed bump. So I could see that, and that's how they balance the class, right? It could, in theory, run away with it and just be like, bonkers. But there's also going to be things that are going to challenge you along the way, and there will be bumps in the road. In which case, you can get cog by jump 5. You can get cog by move 3. Yeah, but the move 3 is you have to end your turn adjacent, right? Move 5 is adjacent to 2 enemies, and this is just move 5, move through. So in theory, like, the problem with the move 3 one is that you're putting yourself in danger because you're having to end your turn there, or your move adjacent to 2. So you are putting yourself in maybe a disadvantaged position. It's not terrible because it's a late initiative, so you can run away the next turn, but you know, in theory, this would allow you to potentially get yourself into a really nice position to be away or do something else on the following turn. Like, you're not, you have more flexibility, right? Okay, so the other level 5 is Oscillating Projector. Create 2 disarm traps in empty hexes within range 3. Gain 1 XP and a scrap for each of those traps sprung by enemy. Right. We have a way to get 2 scrap in a single action, potentially. This could be a very quick generator. 2 disarm traps too.
Nice.
Also, it's the top, and I believe we've had a couple of... It's range 3 as well, so we can throw them, which is nice. We have had a couple of bottom pulls, right? You know, now... You know, Trajectory Diverter is now looking actually pretty damn good, to be honest. Like, the payoff... You had to wait until level... Is it level 5? But the payoff... It's finally there, right? I suppose it's not too long a payoff, but from level 2 to level 5, if you were starting at a higher prosperity level and bringing this character in, maybe at like level 4 or something like that, or maybe 5, then I could see you know, working that out. But if you were just like playing from level 1, which I guess most people are going to be doing because of Crimsonscales, I think that's a bit difficult, a bit awkward. But this is an amazing card for enabling the trap build, right? It's like Ancient War with 2 scrap instead of attacking. Yes. Which is it is kind of better for this character, but maybe like worse value overall. Like, the attack is obviously quite nice. And also you still have to trigger the traps, right? The good thing with Ancient Ward is that it's all in one. It's one ability. You attack 2 things. You disarm it. It's done. One ability. You can use your bottom action to do whatever you like. Whereas this one, if you needed to disarm them that round, you specifically kind of have to play, you know, the pull card bottom or whatever. Like, you are having to spend your entire turn to do it, which I think is a good way of trying to balance disarm and stun in some way. We've already said this before. The most broken things that the game does is pairing CC and damage together. Like, if you're getting the best of both worlds, right? I'm getting damage on the enemy and I'm stopping it from acting. Then the next turn I can just kill it, maybe because I've dropped it down a decent amount of health. That's kind of where the problem really comes in. Whereas if you make it like this, it's going to do no damage, right? Because they're just disarm traps. They don't do any damage. And the person has to give up pretty much their entire turn if they really want to, like, do it right now. Like, this is what I really want to do this now. They have to maybe give up their entire turn to do it. Then that kind of means that, you know, I think that's a fair balance of you making the decision. Where I'm CCing this turn. I'm not doing damage this turn, right? Yeah, long con. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that card whatsoever. You take this, it's fun, but you like summons. I mean, this could in theory play... Well, I mean, I guess it could play nasty with summons. It plays well with the helicopter summon. If you could get both of these cards, right? It just flies over it. Loves it. But yeah, this is obviously the great summon, but traps have weird and wonderful interactions with summons sometimes. if you've got a summon in a really, like, for example, if you're playing like the weird tanking summon, the level 1 tanking summon, surround it with disarm traps and then just like block off the room, you know? It's all good. It's gonna stay there forever, right? You could build yourself a little Fort Knox. You can play Artificer like 2 or 3 times without a problem. Yeah, I absolutely, like, I think level 2 was a bit of a miss. My first impression was that level 2 was a bit of a miss. Because the 2 cards were too similar. And at that point in time, you know, as a player, I maybe don't have a clear direction. But this is absolutely a character where you want to look forward and see all of your cards and go, okay, I'm really going to focus on summons for this build. Great. Then you know what to do. You know what the right cards to take and what you can do. If you wanted to focus more on the trap elements, then you know you're going to need that push-pull. Even though the other card is clearly better in pretty much every other way. I think that's sometimes the bad thing about putting a card like that. And this is just I've mentioned this before. It's a general fault with the Gloomhaven system of leveling up in general, I think. The fact that you only get 2 cards to choose from when you level up, and there's only a set number of cards you can have in the starting amount of cards, and yada yada yada, those restrictions sometimes make it very difficult to make, you know, builds viable, because they're, you know, you have to hide a card at a higher level, which means that most people won't naturally go in that direction because they'll probably just play the build that's available to them now that sounds fun, right? If you can say, hey, you can take a card right now that will immediately have an impact and you can start playing this way and it's going to be fun and improve your character, or hey, take this card because in 4 level ups time it's going to be really good. It's like, well, it's a hard to sell. But I think that's a general problem with the way Gloomhaven works. Rather than, like, I don't think people can design a class out of that, right? I think that's just a general problem. How much do I like the looks of this one so far? The character, I love it. I think it's great. I really, really like it. I mean, this is, you know, I'm planning on playing the Blink Blade. So this is a character that's got some similarities. So, you know, this to me is, I think, a very, very... I think it's just a very well put together character that actually has a lot of build diversity for what is essentially some very simple mechanics, right? It's not like this character's like rewriting the book with loads of crazy mechanics or anything. It's just, you have scrap, which is just a resource, and you have like some trap stuff going on. You have summon stuff going on. You have these X cards, which really, to be honest, these X cards, I like the versatility of them, but I don't think they add a huge amount. They're just like a little bit of like the cherry on top, you know? They just add a little bit of spice into the game. They're not really, like, I don't love them. I don't hate them either. It's just like, they're fine. And then you've got the, you know, some of the support elements of the character too. Like, I just feel like there's a lot of versatility in what the character is doing, but the mechanics are not particularly complicated. You're a huge supporter in regards to custom content, that exploring something from the base game that felt underexplored is consistently a slam dunk. Yes. Yeah. Building on things, right? You've got a proven base, and also you've got a proven base of interest, right? Like, people like summons, regardless of how good we think they are as people who play the game a lot and, you know, play at high levels. Regardless of what we think about them, people like summons. People want summons to work. So what do? Create a class that makes summons work. People will love you for it. You know? Do I like the character so far? Yeah, I love the character. It's really good. The bomb probably makes the pick for the exosuit build. Okay, so attack 2, range 3, consume 1 scrap to get +1 attack plus range. Well, we can choose, I guess, how many we want to consume here. So we could consume a scrap to get +1 attack, +1 range. We could consume a scrap to get target 2. We could consume a scrap to get poison and wound. Nice. Yeah, this is definitely for the exosuit build, if you can follow this up. really nicely. I think you're probably looking at... You're probably looking at the target 2. It's got the 1 XP on it too, which is quite nice. But I think that's probably the most desirable thing here. Obviously, if you could get all 3, that's pretty crazy. But I don't... I feel like if you've got 3 scrap... I mean, there might be a position where you get 3 scrap. I don't know. Maybe by this point, we've just become a scrap-making machine. You feel like you want to consume 2 scrap, 1 being target 2. Yeah, obviously the target 2 really makes the other 2 pop, right? Like, just to add +1 attack and +1 range to something doesn't feel particularly great at that point in time. As long as, like, unless of course you needed the range, right? If you needed the range 4, then obviously it kind of becomes like you have to have it. But I would probably take the poison and wound over the +1 attack and the +1 range most of the time, especially considering that it's a bottom action and potentially, like, you could attack a ranged target at disadvantage that's next to you and just poison and wound it. Attack 2 with disadvantage, poison and wound something, hit it with your top action, right? You don't have to, you know, I've done that many a time. Especially if you somehow strengthened in some ways to kind of just draw a flat card anyway. If you have Axis Suit up, target 2 is probably good enough. Yeah, and then you get the +1 attack anyway, right? You're already getting it. Yeah, this is a really good card. Wow, so many good level ups, chat. So many difficult decisions. I'm thinking... I mean, obviously this is just a crazy good summon. But I also really like the traps. This is so hard to decide between these two. I feel like you just need to make up your mind and say, this is the build that I'm doing. And just force it as much as possible, right? Like, just force it. Whichever build you want to go with. You want to go summons, take the summon cards. If you want to go for, like, the damage exosuit build, plus, I guess a little bit of trap synergy here too. Where we take this. Yeah. You could take either of those two and be happy. They both make cogs, right? They both make cogs, so. Both make scrap. You can be pretty happy with that. But how can you get 3 cog for a summon quickly? It's fairly simple. You can get cogs. Like, you got a couple of things that can get you cogs or scrap, like, decently fast. The idea is, though, for it to be a snowball, right?
No, that's a lot of damage.
Like, this isn't the first summon you're gonna play. This will be like you kind of spend the first room gaining scrap, gaining momentum, and then you play this, right? This isn't the first summon you play. I'll see you, Wassin. Good luck with your graduation exams tomorrow. Best of luck, buddy. Hope you do well. Okay, so level 6. More bangers. This character is just like hits after hit after hit with the cards, I swear. Galvanic Coil. X is 4, 5, or 6. Ooh. Big numbers. Big numbers.
No,
That's a lot of damage. Looks like it is, Phil. You're not wrong. So, let's say we went... Okay, so I'm trying to work out what the best number is. Let's go 4. Let's go 4. The attack is 8 minus 4. Okay, so 4. That'll be range 3. Attack 9 minus 4, so 5 on a second enemy within 2 range. Oh, it's chain lightning. It's just chain lightning. But it scales up. Not like this. It scales up though. Why would you want the 6? Oh, to get the range. What? Why would you ever do this for anything like? Why would you ever do this for 6? Am I dumb? Why would you ever do this for anything more than 4? Like, why would you not do this for 4? Calculate it quickly. I'm not good with maths. Damage scales up, range scales down. But... yeah, but... oh, I don't know. Like... would 5 be a sweet spot for this? I mean, I guess 5 would be maybe okay as a sweet spot, right? I can't see you playing a 6 on this, can you? The final shot has range 1 at 4. Yeah, that's fair. So maybe 5? 4 or 5? I'm not playing this at 6. 6, you need items? Yeah, definitely. It's not worth it at 6, I would say. Well, I mean, I say it's not worth it. It's still a decent attack, but it's like... I mean, when a better attack is on the table, you take it, right? You think 4 or just wait for it to line up? Yeah. Wait for the stars to align. Plus, remember we got a lot of pull, right? Potentially this character could have a lot of push and pull. So we have some reasonable expectation that we could position enemies a little bit, right? If we took that level 2 card, we could pull somebody closer, push somebody a little bit, maybe. Like there's things this character could do to try and influence the positioning for this this attack in some way, right? Eagle Helm though? Oh, true. You could use the Hawk Helm. That would help with the range. God, takes that issue away a little bit. It is a burn though. It's a big burn, but it is a burn at level 6. Kind of like a room clearer. Imagine having Exosuit up for this as well. Jesus. Right, X is 4, 5, or 6 again. Immobilize. Oh, this is pretty damn good as well. Immobilize 4 things at range 4? Yeah? You like the target 4 immobilized on the bottom? Yeah, for sure. Me too. I mean, that's really strong too. Really, really strong. This is pretty incredible card. We were talking about like we would want to move or not a lot in earlier on. Like, does this character want to move? We've got a lot of things that don't really want us to move. A lot of things are just like, yeah, stay in one place, do this. We have a lot of cards where we could kind of just chill out. Find a nice spot somewhere in the scenario. Just chill out. We play our little artillery behind us maybe or next to us. And we just hang around back there, right? Just doing our thing. Save full party from starting room damage. Yeah, potentially. Like, this is a really good, yeah, first card to play in the scenario. If you can position yourself in the right way with the starting hexes and obviously the enemy type or melee or whatever. Yeah, this could be a really good first turn play. I guess the initiative kind of sucks for that. You would need to find something else to go with it. But yeah, this bottom initiative is this is awkward with this initiative, right? In any way that you cut it, it's kind of awkward. Whereas this, I guess going on like, well, 47, I guess both sides are kind of awkward with initiative. Yeah, what am I saying? Both sides are just awkward. So either way, this card needs to be played with something else, and we'll see. A lot of damage, though. This is super interesting. Like a slightly different chain lightning, but interesting. A lot of maths to, like, work out. But I guess once you've done it once, you figure it out. March of Machines. Oh. Somebody's been playing Dota. You only complain about his X cards is the best value is middling initiatives, which makes sense. Is that we're also given a super low and late initiative cards.
No, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. So March of Machines is an ability on the Tinkerer character in Dota.
Smile.
Smile. Hey, Anders. Thank you so much for the resub, buddy. 5 months now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome back, my friend. The quest continues. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you had a good day. Not surprising, since this class designer designed the rupture condition. Yeah, they've also been playing. Yeah, they're very heavily inspired by Dota then. Yeah, March of Machines in Dota is an AoE effect where, like, basically you create all these little robots like march along the ground, and if you walk in them, you get damaged. It's like quite a good. It's a good farming ability and a good zoning ability. So attack 3. All summoned allies you own within range 3 perform attack +0, suffer 1 damage, with you controlling the action. Wow. Yeah, that's a big stack of damage right there, huh? If you've got a lot of summons out.
Yeah, boy.
Got your helicopters out, your drones. Spicy. Yeah, a little bit spicy. You got your drones out. You got yeah, you got your drones. You got possibly your clockwork knight. Probably unlikely though at this stage. Well, you might be playing that for the bottom still, I suppose. You've got your big tanky boy. You got your artillery. This is really weird because I don't know if we can have all of these summons out at once. Like, how many summons can we realistically expect to have at this point, right? Like, maybe 2? Yeah, your summons don't last long. You won't have a lot. Yeah, it's hard, right? Because by the time you've played 2, by the time you want to play the 3rd, unless the first one was the one that lasts the longest, you'd have to go, like, play... You'd have to play the artillery, then you'd need to play the tank, then you need to play the helicopters, the drone, then you play this. Like, it's really, yeah. Kind of awkward. You think the top is a pipe dream? Yeah. Oh, Falcon? Yeah, you can have summon items too, I guess. I would agree that I feel like the top is a little bit Magical Christmas Land. It's a little bit Magical Christmas Land, for sure. Like, it appears to be very, very strong. Because if this card was on any other summoning character, it's like, yes, I want it. But this character has timed summons. So playing this at the right time, this could most of the time end up just being attack 3, then just an attack 3 maybe on the helicopter, or attack 3 with attack 2, is it? PS1 with the artillery. I guess maybe you've enhanced them, possible. Like, there's things there, right? But yeah. So really, it's only probably going to equate to being something like 6 damage. So maybe, like, so floor for this card is probably like 6. Maybe 5. No, maybe 5. Floor is maybe like 5. Ceiling is like, what? I mean, ceiling could be like 10 or 12. If you've got items as well. Your summons all hopefully got their attack in. Now you attack and give them another attack with 2 summons. There's 5 attacks in 1 turn. It's a lot of attacks, but obviously they would have done those attacks anyway. You know? You think it's even a little weak because you can't move them? I think that's a fair comment. Like, for example, if you had a melee summon and it kills the enemy on its turn, right? It flips well and it kills it, then it won't get the use of this. I know that's like maybe doesn't matter because it's killed its thing, but yeah, it's a fair point. Because they don't move, potentially they won't be able to quite get the max value that you would like. As well as like the clockwork knight guy, right? Won't be able to do the attack target 2 maybe as easily. Stand pot this, do it again next round. Yeah, maybe. Would I pick attack 3, target 2, attack 3? Yeah, I guess I would. Yeah. I guess I would. But again, you can't move the summon. So potentially you wouldn't be able to move the drone. Like if the drone kills it on its first attack, then it might not be a target 2, right? That's the thing. We're all talking like what's the like the floor for this card is probably like 6, 5 or 6. Right? Where it can only attack one thing. Also, you have to walk into melee range to do this, right? So not only that, but the summon has to be within range 3 of you as well. So there's another kind of small caveat there too, right? It's not just all allies get to do it. They have to be within range 3 of you as well. So I get that I just feel like the floor for this card is actually fairly low. And the ceiling, although could be quite high, I don't really know where this will end up landing a lot of the time. Like, I genuinely don't know. Like, a summon could die before you get this off as well, potentially. Like, you would... I mean, it's... If you're playing the summon build, you want it because it plays into your hands. Like, that's what you're trying to do. And, when it comes off, it's going to be really good and it's going to feel good. But this kind of effect I've had good, but sometimes like not as best results as I would like on circles using cards similar to this, right? They've got some cards, they're high level cards and you have to take them because the character's a summoner, that's what they do. But there are some other cards for this character, right? Character doesn't just have summons. Have other things you could do. You do think it's strong, but you don't think it's significantly stronger than your X cards to take at 6. Yeah, I think it's fair. Like the X card that allows us to just control. Like if the floor is this, then just use the other card and don't waste the card pick, right? Kind of fair. So the bottom is move 3. All summoned allies you own within range 3 perform move 3 with you controlling the action. Now that's good for the tank, right? Very small amount of movement. Move 1. Pretty good for the terrible level 1 summon with no move. With you controlling the action is kind of interesting because you could position this too. To somewhere where maybe it'll be safe. Maybe you could save it. Could give you a little bit of play there. So like, oh, this guy's going to die. Let's hide it so that when he does die, I get the scrap. Like, I don't want it to die. So maybe it gives you a bit of flexibility there, right? So if you wanted to save a summon from dying to an attack because you wanted it to to die with its times for the scrap. We'll get one more attack in somehow. Seems pretty reasonable. You and Nitz are big fans. I think I'm underestimating it. I'm not. No, like I'm just saying that I feel like in a game state, I think it's too awkward, right? I don't doubt that there's power level here. I think there is. And if you're going all in on summons and you're really playing with your summons really closely, then it's a very logical card to pick, and it's a powerful ability. But it's swingy. It's swingy. And I generally tend to move away from swingy things. But then to be honest, between these two cards, like if I had to pick a level 6, I may end up just picking this because, I mean, I'll probably be playing summons myself. So, like, at least as my first build. I don't feel like, I mean, this is obviously very good with the exosuit build, pretty clearly. Could maybe be a good opportunity to go back and take something else, maybe, if you really wanted to. You can combo 92 into 04, making it super safe. Yeah, it's safe, but like as we said before, the summons don't move. You've got a very small window of opportunity, which makes it kind of less flexible. It's quite a rigid combo, right? Because you need to go this summon, this summon, this summon, this guy, right? It's a very rigid way of playing, which is fine, but it's, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would be like that keen on playing that way. Like, just, you know, you've basically mapped out 4 turns, which is your entire round, right? Because you only have 9 cards. So that's it, right? That's your entire rest cycle. Oh, you're just doing it with drones. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I thought you were about doing it with everything. I was like, that's like an entire rest cycle of cards. Just, I mean, it's good, but yeah. Yeah, so between these two cards, I think, I mean, this is really powerful, but kind of boring. This is obviously fun to try and use, I think. And then you got the opportunity to maybe go back and take something else. I think that's pretty reasonable too. Kind of interesting to have a really big burn. I think if you're playing Exosuit, you probably want this though. But it's a big investment. It's a big burn, isn't it? I mean, you don't play any burns though, really. So I guess it would be like one burn, right? You got 9 cards. You could probably stomach that. And when you don't want to do this, you've got a good ability on the bottom. When you don't want to move. The only thing with the exosuit build though is I get that feeling like you want to keep getting that scrap. So every turn that you're not making scrap, what are you doing, you know? Maybe? Bam bam. On higher difficulty, you think Immobilize is very good? Yeah, absolutely. All CC is very good at higher difficulty, but it's not fun. You know, like we had somebody the other day in chat, on Monday actually, just complaining that, oh, the game's broken, the game's too easy, oh, you can just use invisibility to do this and do all this and stuff. And it's like, yeah, the game's busted. The game's got glaring faults in its balance, but you don't need to play with those things. Right? I mean, you don't have to. You can try playing with other things, and the game is a lot more fun. You know? We know what's good in the game. I don't feel like I need to constantly take cards that I know are good. Just, you know, now at that point where it's like, I don't have that feeling where I need to be super efficient all the time. I find it more interesting to try and beat deadly difficulty with weird characters on odd builds and stuff like that. Like, how far can you push it before you really, like, miss that stuff, you know? Right. Level 7. Seeker Missiles. That's a good name for a card. Attack 2, range 4, target 4. If at least one target is killed, scrap. Did that guy call us noobs? He did. He got hit with a permaban. It's all good. He's been in the chat before, and I temporarily banned him previously. It's like as soon as his ban's up, just comes in and says stupid stuff. So yeah, okay. Great for the exosuit build, absolutely. This is BC attack 3, range 4, target 4. Good for stacking with any kind of items as well as 2. Any kind of like additional power potions or anything else you want to chuck under this. Piercing bow as well, another good target for piercing bow. You've probably got a good chance at killing something here too, right? Because if you're targeting 4 things, you could just target, you know, 2 guys that are fairly healthy and maybe, you know, 2 guys that are low, like finish an enemy off and then just start working on a new enemy. Like, you don't really need to, because it's only killing, you only need to kill 1 thing. It's quite flexible. Like, you can just spread it around everything. Hopefully one of those guys is already low. You finish one off, you start doing some damage to some new stuff. So it's a very efficient damage dealing card because it helps you clear up those enemies that maybe you didn't draw so well on, and maybe they didn't die quite as quick as you want. Helps finish off those enemies hanging around a couple of health, and then you're off, right? The top is like the 1 Mind Thief card. 1 plus muddle, but better. It's almost fire orbs without burn. Wow. I mean, that's 9 damage, right? And this is, I guess, 8. Although you could make an argument that, like, an extra target is an extra opportunity to draw a ×2, or, you know, a +1 and a wound, or whatever, you know? That's like, the opportunity is higher. Higher targets equals greater opportunities, right? I mean, greater opportunity to miss too, but, you know. Or 12 with exosuit. Yeah, or with exosuit a lot more too. Better attack modifier deck than Spellweaver 2, especially at this point. Spellweaver's got a couple of decent, like, she's got +2s though, right? Hasn't she? I mean, maybe on balance, yeah. I mean, I don't know without directly comparing. I don't think she gets rid of as many of her minuses, does she? She has some decent +2s though. What is Exosuit? So Exosuit was an X card, actually, that screamed combo, but obviously it was an X card, so we weren't going to be probably playing it immediately because it was a very high investment of 3 scrap, which is quite hard to get going early on. You're going to need to really combo this off. But basically, shield oneself, add +1 attacks to all of our attacks. Lasts for 4 rounds, it drops off, non-burn. So it's like a little mini Mind's Weakness that we get, right? Literally every card except for a single +1 gets replaced. Ah. So it is better then. This could be an attack 5, target 4, fairly easy. Burning some items plus exosuit.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great attack. Really good. This summon, though, kind of interested to see the summon. So, 2 scrap, 1 HP, 5 attack, 6 move, flying, lasts for 1 turn, and it just does a huge AoE. So basically, it's a nuke. It's a nuke. It's a nuke. I mean, if it can get there, that's That's a lot of damage.
Now that's a lot of damage.
I mean, that is fun, right? I loved Living Bomb. I really, really loved playing with Living Bomb. Just trying to like sneak it into like really good positions. And when you get a good Living Bomb, it feels really good. So that summon on circles, I've always been like a fan of. Even though it's not particularly great, I've just always enjoyed playing with it. And this is like the evolution of that, because you don't even really need to worry about it. It's like you have to spend a turn to play this, but it's a bottom action. So you're not even giving up potentially like a really good top action to do this instead, right? You're just bottom action, can play a top action instead. The major downside, I guess, to this is you don't get any scrap back. So it is like 2 scrap and it's gone. You will need to obviously fuel back up again. There's no recovery. I mean, this thing just decimates. There's nothing left. Nothing left to recover. So that's a little bit, you know, it does make it a bit more all in. But I mean, if you're going to attack that many things for 5, that's very good. Really, really good, right? It's possible to target 5. It is. But to be honest, it's quite difficult to come up with this pattern, like exactly, right? Like this pattern is pretty difficult because you'd need the enemy to some reason or other leave a big gap in the middle, which just, it's really unlikely that the enemy ever naturally, because there'd be a figure here, right? If the enemy was to find this pattern, it'd be because there's a figure there. So you could, in theory, like, I guess maybe cheat, or I don't know what you would say, but you could try and get your buddy to move in, or perhaps you move in. I don't know. No, because if you move in, you wouldn't be able to summon. So you'd need to have something there and remove it and then go or something. Like it's like, but I could see you quite easily getting like 3 things, and that's 15 damage still. So flying can stop an obstacle. True, you could put an obstacle there. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay, next we could look at that. That'd be quite cool. Could be a trap there. Yeah, there could be a trap. Could be an obstacle. That's true. We do have trap cards, so potentially we could... There might be some cool situation here where we could play a couple of traps and try and influence this a little bit. But I think, you know, let's bring this rocket ship down to earth, shall we, a bit, chat? And let's just say that this is probably going to be 3 things. Probably. Maybe 4. If it's 4, you're probably going to be like super, super stoked. Any more than 4, then that's crazy. But 15 damage for it, for 2 scrap. I think that's about right. How would the summon get into the middle hex? Anyway, that's the trick. That's why it's difficult, right? Because there would need to be something here. Either an enemy or an obstacle. But even then, an obstacle would be fairly unlikely unless it was like in the middle of the room. You know? It'd have to be like right in the middle of the room. Couldn't be a 2 hex obstacle as well. Single hex obstacle right in the middle of the room. Or a trap right in the middle of the room. So it is unlikely. But I think it's... I mean, this is a fairly easy to get. I think you comfortably get it. You get 15. It can move 6 and it has flying, yeah, as well. So you just put it maybe in front of you and just let it go next turn. You'd probably want to go early, right? This is the kind of card where you'd probably... Well, actually, no, because you can't really plan it. Oh, I tell you what, chat, this would be a great... This would be a great Ring of Haste summon, right? This would be a really good Ring of Haste summon because you could just wait and see, like, keep the scrap, make sure you've got a little bank of it there. When this happens, you just go, great, Ring of Haste, play the summon, then go early the next turn and capitalize on it, right? Because it's going to be quite hard for you because you'd have to play the card to then hope that they get into that pattern or something. Like it'd be a bit weird. Like the timing is not perfect, but something like a Ring of Haste could make you kind of do it at the right time, right? Note that the effect, the class, all the command cards make it suffer 1 damage. Ah, that's a good point. We didn't talk about that yet. Yeah, so the 1 health is super relevant because all of the command cards would do it. However, if you were to use some other character that can command summons, maybe that could be a thing. So, I mean, I love this card. This card's really cool. Really, really cool. And to be honest, you'd probably quite happily play Seeker Missiles for a little while. Hopefully get some scrap by doing so. And then when the time is right, you launch the nuke. Love it. So the other level 7 card is Reinforce Armor. This is place this card in one adjacent ally's active area and treat it as if they own the card. On the next 4 attacks targeting you, gain shield 2. Interesting. So it's that's a pretty decent buff. That's 4 lots of shield 2. I guess the problem is we had a summon that had shield 2 back in the day, right? Doesn't feel like very good value. I mean, you could give it shield 4 now. Wow. Yeah, you could. No, you couldn't give this to a summon, right? Because it doesn't have an active area, I guess. Is this a prayer? Sounds familiar. It's yeah, it's pretty common. Mm. Can you play this on yourself without spending scrap? No. No. I believe that's part of the cost of playing it. You can't play this on yourself. I'm pretty sure. So this feels a little bit underwhelming, I would say, for like a level 7. I mean, the stats are good, but it just feels like, oh, shield 2? Sure. I guess the other buffs were a bottom action, so in theory you could get really close to an ally, get adjacent to an ally, and then in one turn you could put 2 buffs on them very quickly, right? You could put the plus attack pierce one on them if you wanted to. Is there another one that was a bomb? Were they was this a bomb as well? Yeah, you could give them retaliate 1 too. So you could get them shield 2, retaliate 2. So there's a kind of like a nice thing where you can kind of give an ally quite a nice series of buffs in one turn, maybe. It's it's kind of the only bad level up so far, and it's not terrible. Yeah, it's just, I guess it's just kind of underwhelming, but it's playable. A certain build would play this type of thing. Yeah, good for your son. Yeah, absolutely. I guess the thing is that, I don't know. I'd be really interested to know how, like, what the uptake is in terms of people playing support in Gloomhaven. Like, how many people, like, when given the option, like, what the percentages were. And obviously, it's a bit hard to track because it also depends on your party makeup, right? If you've got other support character, maybe you don't, but that'd be really interesting data. I wonder if the Gloomhaven digital devs managed to collect anything like that. That'd be really interesting data. Like, who picked what card to level up? I'm sure they'd be able to see that kind of thing if they wanted to. They had, like, tracking in their game to see, like, okay, at level 2, who takes what card? Like, what's the driving forces in that? You think you'd rather heal 5 strength and regen for free instead of -8 damage for a scrap? Yeah, the other heal is pretty good. Then you play both. Buff your friend and send them in to get surrounded, only to then drop the rocket and have it go in the middle. That's the... See, everyone's still talking about the rocket card. I feel like that speaks volumes. Everybody is still talking about the rocket card. All right? It's like, what? There's another card at level 7? Okay, sure. You or one summoned ally you own within range 3 performs Retaliate 2, range 3. Affects self and all adjacent allies. The first time any effective figure deals damage with this Retaliate, gain a scrap. And again, it's good. This is a ranged Retaliate is pretty decent. But we're taking Rocket. Let's be honest. We're taking Rocket. I mean, who isn't taking Rocket? Instant relocation matrix. X 5, 6, or 7. Force one enemy within range of 5, 6, or 7 to teleport to any unoccupied hex within 9, -5, 6, or 7. 1 XP. So, very good trap triggering here, right? Also a way to get an enemy kind of out of an annoying spot and get them in somewhere where you can deal with them. Good for the rocket. Right, chat? Quick. Teleport them away from... Teleport them away and then put the rocket in there. It's fine. Teleport equal to jump. Teleport is not a movement, like in terms of like a move action. It's kind of like the main difference between like teleport, really. Like it's not... It's basically like instantaneous, and I believe it goes through walls as well, right? Which doesn't often come up, but it is part of the rules. But essentially, it's like a direct movement. Like you disappear from one place and you appear somewhere else. So, for example, you wouldn't like trigger traps or like have any kind of implementation of that, right? Teleport can't open doors. Yeah, there you go. So teleport is like, it's a very clean way of moving. Like it's a very, it's basically what swap is. Like, so if you look at like swap from Beast Tyrant would now probably be phrased as teleport rather than swap to make it kind of more in the rules, I would think. If it could not go through walls, half the scenarios on Forgotten Circles would be unwinnable. Yikes. Weird initiative. What, 59, 69? Nice. That's a great initiative. I don't know what you're on about. You would have to change the... You have to choose it before the turn starts. You would have to choose before the turn starts, yes, Campat. So that is a bit awkward. Because obviously if there's an enemy that you really want to get, they could have moved by that point. And then they could be at a different range. I guess you could move on the bottom, maybe. So... Bottom is teleport X, so 5, 6, or 7. Heal, range. So this is really good. You can just move yourself to a really good place and then heal yourself or an ally or whatever. Just free movement. This is basically go wherever you want. Yeah, this is just like I get to do whatever I want. It's 79 initiative though. I mean, I guess you might want to go less, but like I think the thing with all of the X cards were, apart from I think maybe one of them, all of the X cards pretty much have just been awful initiative. So really what you're doing is you're choosing the number for this. You're not choosing the number for this. Like that ain't a thing, because you're going to be using your other card as your initiative pretty much with all of them, I think, bar one that we saw, right? Can teleport an ally? Not with this, no. Just you. There's an Artificer in your Forgotten Circles campaign pie, and this card in particular has been extremely helpful to help pick up some of what the Diviner has had to do. Yeah, that's a good point. I could definitely see that helping, because otherwise you don't have one character doing all the heavy lifting, maybe. The next card is great for the cheesy melee Warhammer refresh build. Well, we're getting into like level... Is this the other level 8 though? Yeah, it's the other level 8. So, I mean, this is an amazing movement card. Really, really good movement card. Good way to maybe screw with the enemies a little bit too. But, I mean, I'm not so much of a fan of that. I think the bottom is really where it's at. Because you can pretty much disregard any movement of your other cards now. You just go where you want most of the time. But again, it's nothing super exciting, except for the fact that it's teleport, which isn't an ability you see often because it's new, right? It's a new ability that kind of came in Forgotten Circles, so it's not something that we see a lot of because it's been restricted to one expansion. I don't think anybody uses it maybe in Jaws. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Jaws, so might be in Jaws, but I'd be surprised. And we may see more of it in Frosthaven. Also of being topics thematically, yeah. Not in Jaws, yeah. I was thinking it probably wouldn't be in Jaws because it's kind of like a slightly confusing mechanic. It feels like they don't want to put that in the rule book. They try to keep the rules pretty lean in that game. So just give somebody a big jump, you know? Rather than then having to explain what teleport is to new players. Yes, Two Minis was updated to use teleport instead. Yes. Yeah, that's true. But that's not something that a lot of people would have ever interacted with because it was, it was like errated, but it wasn't physically changed on the cards, right? There hasn't been a physical printing of Beast Tyrant, unless maybe, well, I don't know, maybe they did do a physical printing, a later one, but I don't think there's been a physical printing of Beast Tyrant with that on their cards, right? It's been always just errated to be teleport. So if you go to the FAQ, you'll find it, right? Forgotten Circles has the new cards. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So there might be some kicking around then. There will be some. Well, that was good of them to chuck them in. Okay, so honestly, I'm not hugely high on this card. I mean, the teleport is great, but I'm not, excited by this card particularly. Double-barreled rail caster, railgun. Nice. Look at that. Now that's a nice looking pattern. That looks good. Attack 4, but disarm self.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, but that's a lot of disarm. Boy. That's a lot of disarm.
Now that's a lot of damage.
I mean, how much damage is this really going to be, right? Do you reckon about 12? Again, 3 things, maybe? Maybe 4, 16? But again, there's a weird gap here. I guess you could put traps here, couldn't you? It's a plan. The disarm self is a really big... it's a really big drawback. So much so that unless you are killing everything or, I don't know, going into a long rest, or maybe you're playing a summon next turn or something, I'm not sure how playable it really is. You do have plenty of abilities that you can play even though you're disarmed though, so like there is, like, your character isn't completely hamstrung by this. Other characters might feel a bit rougher on, but certainly you have plenty of abilities that do not care about attacking that are fairly useful. So if you've got a mix of different abilities that you've picked up over time, I can see this being still pretty good. Not a lot of disarm if you're going to launch a rocket later. Everything's about the rocket. And the rocket's going to land right like there. Right? There? There. Kill the rest of them. 37 initiative. Yeah. It's okay. Consume one of your head, foot, single-handed, two-handed items. Add +2 attack and +2 range to all of your ranged attacks this round. Ooh, now we're talking. Now the Seeker missiles are coming out to play, huh? Oh boy. And you have Exosuit on. Exosuit might just be busted, chat. That might just be the busted build on this character. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Attack 4. Range 6? Yeah, whatever. Attack 4, range 6. Target 4. And then, sure, we got Exosuit up. Make it 5. Why not? Exosuit definitely thrives at level 9 of the two, but both are super good. Yeah, this seems like the Exosuit build has ramped up considerably here. That is a big improvement. Like a huge improvement. Wow. Yeah, this is... Exosuit would be a lot of fun to play. A lot of fun to play. And the best thing is you don't even have to give up the best summon. You're like the fun summon. The most fun summon. Don't even have to give it up. I guess the thing is that this is quite an investment because the Exosuit build needs to keep generating to then be able to, when that falls off, pay 3 to play it again, right? So you do have some kind of... it does recover some, right? Am I right in thinking that? Where are you? It recovers 1. So that's pretty decent. So actually it's only 2 you need to then kind of keep going again. Right? Burning items instead of cards, you like it? I like it except for the fact that it's much easier to abuse than burning cards, right? Burning cards, there's a hard limit and they can kind of, you can make a card unrecoverable, or you don't give the character any kind of like a way to recover lost cards, and then another character would need to combo with them to do that, and then it kind of, at that point, anything can happen, so you don't really worry about it. But with the item stuff and the fact they can recover it, does feel like this character could really like pop off and be very strong. You definitely want gold early on. If you're going Exosuit build, it's all about the gold early on, huh? All about the gold early on. You gotta hoover it up. Get yourself some maybe get yourself even, you could consider getting 2 single-handed items. But you're going to want power potions as well, stamina potions. You're going to want so much stuff on this character. It's weird at level 8, you're excited for only bottoms. Everybody likes bottoms. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the damage dealing card. Come on. Come on now. Although this is really useful. Tough choice again. I tell you what this character does. You don't really have many options to go back as well. Like I was thinking, like when we had that level 3, was it? Where we're like, okay, we could take the summon or we could take the attack. That there's not many opportunities. This class is crammed with good cards. Absolutely crammed. I'm taking the damage dealing card though. Okay. Is that 4? 4 scrap? Level 9s? Here we go. Annihilating contraption. You just built like Megatron or something? What's summon Clockwork Ravager? 6 health. 3 attack. 3 move. 3 attack? What? Attacks twice? Poison? What? It's 2 attack 3s, right? It's attack. Attacks twice and it poisons. Yeah, so the second attack's going to be for 4. I mean, that's pretty spicy. For a melee summon that you can replay, not even a burn. Now we have potentially 2 summons that we could duo control, right? This thing now, not this thing. Where was it? This thing now, I'm a bit higher on now. Like, if you could play... I mean, that's quite a lot, though. Maybe not. All right, no, you can't even have that much scrap. I don't know how you would do that. I haven't worked out the mathematics of that. Probably not possible. Probably still want to play the X card, though. Probably still want to play their remote control X card, though. You mean you have a max of 5? It'd be pretty hard. It attacks twice if you command it, right? Yes. Ooh, actually, maybe not.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Maybe not, because it's not an effect here. Like, because you're not... The thing is that you're not telling the summon. Yeah, because the thing is that when you command a summon, you're commanding it to perform an action. So you're commanding it to perform attack +0, right? Is what the card does. So anything that you have down here in this column here is an effect of the attack. So, you know, you have some that generate elements, you have wounds, poison. If there was another attack here, so if this attack was actually in this box with poison above here, I would say yes, because it's like an added benefit to the attack. But because it's here, this is like its actions, right? So if you said, if your card says something like choose a summon, it takes another turn, then it would do the whole thing, right? But because you're specifically giving it an attack action, it would only get the benefits of this box. It's a minor one, but I've noticed that before on... So a good example of this, a really good example of this, is Healing Sprite on circles. So Healing Sprite does not trigger the heal if you command it. It only does the attack. Because the heal is part of this attack ability here. And all of your command cards are all to do with giving, like, perform an attack +0, whatever. So, but if the heal was here, it would work. But specifically the positioning of where it is on the summon card is important, right? So Healing Sprite only triggers on its turn when it does it, because that's like part of its action. Make sense? Is that an ancient drill on his arm? Yes, it kind of is. Yeah, why not? So, I mean, as far as summons go, it's pretty damn good. Replayable as well, but it's a lot of resources, right? For this, you could, in theory, play the rocket twice. You know how much we love the rocket, chat. This guy does give you one back, though. So once you kind of get going, you know, he's going to loop round a little bit easier. You know, the second time's going to be a bit easier to play. First time's going to be awkward. Second time's going to be a bit easier. As long as he lives. He has got 6 health. He is melee. there is a chance here that this summon does die because it's 4 rounds too. So keeping him alive for 4 rounds might be a bit tricky. If you enhance one attack ability, what value does the command use? It depends. So it depends again on the wording of the card. So so this is technically its attack value. So if you have something like where are you? It's the X card, right? This one, right? So this is attack plus 0. So this would be its attack value, which, yeah, this is actually a bit awkward because this particular character has 2 attacks. Luckily, they're the same value, so, you know, it's pretty easy. But because it has 2 attacks, that is a little bit awkward. But essentially, it would be attack plus 0, so it would be 3 in his example. If this said attack 2 with not a plus symbol, that means you wouldn't use the attack value on the summon. You would just use this attack value. So it's whether or not there's a plus there, basically. If it's a plus, you add the attack value of the summoned, the commanded unit, whatever it would be. Whether it be a summon or sometimes an enemy, right? Or if it's actually got a value there, it would be that. Similar to this. This is why this move 2 is better in some instances than move plus 2, because when you have a summon like this that has no move, it can still move because it's granting a move 2 action. If it was move plus 2, this guy has 0, so wouldn't technically be able to move, right? Because technically he doesn't have a move value or something. It's a bit weird. I think that's the way it goes. Maybe I'm a bit wrong with that second analogy, but you only have 9 cards. How many cogs can you get before resting? Well, cogs do not go away before resting, right? So you can keep them for multiple turns, but that, I mean, that's a fair way of looking at it. If you get 9 cards, you're going to be able to play, you know, you're going to probably be able to generate, I would say, let's do like a nice little example turn, shall we? So let's say we can, this one I think is a good way of generating. So let's say we can try and generate 1 here. I think this is a good way of generating 2. So maybe that's 2. Those are 2 bottom actions though, so we need to look for some other things. Loot's potentially is a good way of doing it, although loot's not a particularly very reliable way of doing it, obviously at the beginning of a scenario, because there needs to be loot on the ground. So maybe not good for the first round. Something like this could create you a cog if you're going on the exosuit sort of route. You've got salvage grappler is a way to maybe gain 1 on the top there. So if you're super good at this, and there's obviously other cards we could have taken at higher levels as well, right? That could have done it. So we could have taken, you know, we could have taken this, for example. So I guess you could get yourself up to 3 or 4 in a single round of play. Like, I guess with like perfect play, everything kind of working out in your favor. I guess that's maybe not great, but after that, you could probably explode. So I think the idea here really is to have, you're not a character that's fast out of the gates. You're not. You're a character that needs room 1 to kind of get into your groove, build up some of your resources, then you can hit room 2 hard. So this character would actually be one that I would say would struggle in certain scenario types, where if it's a single room scenario and it's a very fast start, right? Oozing Grove, right? Good example for that. It's a very, very fast start on that particular scenario. Or the one where you've got to protect, well, actually the one where you protect hail is actually fairly slow for the first few rounds, but you know, there's certain scenario types where you just have to immediately jump into action, and this character might struggle a little bit because obviously you need almost that first sort of rest cycle to kind of get everything up and going. I mean, you could probably burn some cards to maybe get there a bit faster, but yeah, Might be a bit slow. How about with Ring of Brutality? Yeah, I think that would be good. Ring of Brutality or Haste would be a really good way for you to get that 9th card played in the your first cycle, and then be able to maybe get that extra bit of scrap. So yeah, this character would definitely wear those rings really well. So it's pretty reasonable to assume we can play this guy relatively regularly, but if we do, we are resigning ourselves to be very much on the Clockwork Ravager train. We ain't getting off of it. You know, we could maybe afford to play the odd little thing here or there, but he's really gonna hoover up our resources in a big way. So it is quite all in, but he's very powerful. So the bottom was you or one summoned ally you own within range 3, performs move 3, heal 2, affects self and all adjacent allies. All adjacent enemies suffer 2 damage. Now that's actually pretty decent too. Really good with a tank, right? I mean, but I guess maybe that's been outclassed a little bit now. Maybe the old tanky boy has been outclassed slightly, but if not, it's pretty decent. I think this is a nice way to maybe kill an enemy that's lingering. Get a bit of a heal on some of your allies. Move it close to the door. Probably play quite well actually with the artillery, right? Could play quite well with the artillery, to be honest. Just move it in. Maybe get a bit of a heal on an ally. This enemy suffering 2 damage, I think, is obviously ideal, but you don't have to get all of this stuff to be great value. I think just moving it, healing it, creating a cog, getting scrap. Seems pretty decent to me. I mean, if you're playing summons, this is the card for you, right? Really is. Okay. I'm expecting some exosuit shenanigans. Perfected exosuit. Okay. Here it is. 4 instead of 3. Shield 2 instead of shield 1. +1 attack and pierce 2.
A little bit spicy.
But this is permanent? What? No way. We don't have to replay it? Oh no. We don't even have to replay it. Then we just do our own thing. We don't even have to replay it. Oh my god. This is disgusting. This is actually disgusting. What's the HP on this class? Pretty low. Probably at 17. But it's not like super low. It's not the lowest. But it's pretty low. Yeah, okay, this is the pick. I mean, in terms of potential, this card is bonkers, right? It's actually bonkers. We've got so many multi-targets. I have quite a bit of respect for whoever designed this in a way, because a lot of the time now I feel like there's definitely a leaning towards nerfing characters, whereas this character feels flat out just busted power level. You know, like there's like, nah, we're just gonna give you all of the best stuff, like not gonna worry about it. No, there's definitely a feeling nowadays of trying to like nerf characters and all things that are a bit too powerful. There's a bit of kind of like community kind of think around this, and obviously Frosthaven is been impacted by a lot of the things that have been found out to be too strong. So there is like a rubber banding effect where we've gone really far in one direction, and now like everything's starting to kind of come back a little bit where we've learned the lessons. Whereas this character's like, nah. Nah. Enough of that. I mean, this is level 9 though. So, I mean, level 9 should be busted in my opinion. Level 9 should be where like you let the character just go crazy. the person's probably going to retire their character very soon anyway. So it's not like you really need to be worried about, oh, it breaks the game at 9. It doesn't matter, because really players shouldn't really be playing at 9. And if they've got to 9, they've played your game a hell of a lot to get to that point anyway. Unless they've cheated and just leveled themselves up. I don't know. But if they've played the game like they're supposed to, they've played a lot of the game to get there, you know? Reward players. It takes work. With 9 cards, you have to watch your stamina. It is totally reasonable. Yeah, you'd have to... You go down to 8, which is a thing. But also at level 9, you're going to have stamina potions, probably. You're going to have things that are going to be able to keep you going a little bit more. Plus, you kill stuff so quick. Does it really matter, right? What stamina when everything's dead? You can get through a scenario in 20 rounds because you're killing things so quickly. What does it matter? It's not a downside. You'd pick based on your build. I should play this character on stream sometime. Yeah, maybe I will. It's getting buffed in the far future for Frosthaven. I mean, I don't know about everything about all of the unlocked classes, so maybe there's things I don't know. But to me, this seems very... I mean, this is 2 really fun level 9s too, by the way. And I think this might be... I don't know. I think Ruinmore had 2 pretty good level 9s too. But it's hard to make 2 good level 9s because players can only ever pick 1. So it's almost wasted sometimes to create 2 good level 9s because you know that players are going to immediately gravitate towards something. But to make basically build toppers at level 9 for the 2 kind of prominent builds that this character has, I think is really, really good. And they're great, both of them, for both of the builds that they are for. I think that the power level of this is undeniably... I mean, it's because of the uncapped potential of it. This is somewhat capped. And also, you have to get 4 every time. Every time you have to get 4. This, you get 4 one time. That's it. You're done. You're good to go. You can't play it on turn 1. You probably might not even be able to play it in the first room, depending on how well you do with your other generators, right? So this isn't like Mind's Weakness, like, oh, turn 1, play this. I'm good. Like, no, there isn't. And also, there was no card that I saw that was allowed you to, like, just immediately gain a bunch of scrap. Like, burn a card, gain 4 scrap or 3 scrap or whatever. Which I'm quite glad for, really. I feel like that kind of effect makes, you know, it sort of thematically is a bit weird with this character and the way they interact with the scrap. These are some of your favorite level 9s? Yeah, I can see why. Level 9 should feel fun and powerful. Artificer does that really well. Totally agree. I think they've done a stand-out job here with this. Really making 2 very polarizing tops. I mean, I haven't even gone over the bottom yet, right? Which is something that we will play. So the bottom of this card is something that we're going to play because we're not going to have 4 scrap, right? So move 5, create scrap. Good start. We're going to need a lot of it. We're going to need 4 of it. Well, if we just need 4 of it, then we're good, probably. If ice is consumed, shield 1, affects self or adjacent ally. Fire is consumed, +2 move. If earth is consumed, regenerate, affects self and all adjacent allies. That's nice. That's really nice. If wind is consumed, jump. And on 8th initiative too. So that regenerate could trigger this round on your allies, which would be quite nice. I mean, yeah. I think this is probably going to be... Well, you're probably not going to use this. It's probably going to be this, and this, or some combination of that. Am I right in thinking that one consumption of this, you can only activate 2 things, right? You can only consume 2 elements to activate two of the 4. Am I right? It's templated a bit weird. Because usually it's like, why is there... Yeah, it just looks a bit odd to me. But I'm assuming it's we can consume 2 elements to get these things. Regenerate his heal 1 every round, right? Yes. Until you take damage. If a character takes damage because of any reason, they would need to remove the regenerate. But regenerate also heals wounds off because you choose the ordering of effects, I believe. I don't remember the wording, but I believe players choose whenever like 2 abilities would trigger at the same time. Players get to choose the ordering of the triggers. So you would have regenerate trigger first. Then it would remove the wound. It's 2 separate consumers. Cool. So yeah, I guess the best we could do here is something like jump plus 2 move, or regenerate 2 move, or regenerate jump. Some combination of these 3 at the bottom here. I don't think this is a good use. But also we're not a character who uses elements, so who knows? Where does this rank for me among the characters reviewed so far? This might be my favorite. This might be my favorite. I mean, I've always been soft on quattrals, you know? I mean, the Tinkerer was my first ever character. And looking back on it, I enjoyed playing it, but it just wasn't a good character. This character kind of fixes a lot of those problems. Plus, I'm really gearing up to play the Blink Blade, and this is giving me those vibes too. You know, it's like a Blink Blade that I can kind of play now and is got that build, but also has a really good summon build. So to be honest, I'll probably play the summon build first off, I think. Then maybe try the exosuit build. Will there be a tier list for Crimsonscales characters after I go through all of them? Purely based on looking at the cards? I could do if you guys want me to. Sounds like a fun stream. That is like one of the best cards in the game. This. I mean, yeah. It's... The potential is up there. It's not like Inferno, right? Like, it's not... The thing with a card like the top of this is that it doesn't do anything on its own. Whereas some of the best level 9s in the game do a lot of stuff on their own. Like, one of the reasons why I honestly feel like Long Con is possibly one of the best cards in the game. Even though it doesn't, like... You're like, well, it doesn't, like, attack out, like, every enemy and all of this stuff. Just the fact it disarms everything on 2 initiative and it attacks a bunch of stuff. Like, it's just... It fundamentally screws with the game and makes the game incredibly easy to play. Whereas this, there is, you're going to have to get 4 scrap, which means you can't play it straight away. You're burning a card. So with a character with a small hand size, that's a real investment for you because you can only afford to probably burn 1 card. So that means that maybe other cards that you took earlier on that were burns, you can't use anymore, right? So if you took that big coil, the chain lightning style card, probably can't be playing that anymore. So there is, like, it's very good, but it's not good on its own compared to like Long Con, where right from turn 1 you can start abusing it. Inferno, right from turn 1 you can start abusing it. Like, it just becomes like those cards in particular just lead to a very, like, they almost completely mold the game around those abilities. Like the game changes. Like when you get that ability, the game changes for you. Like it becomes play that card as many times as possible. The game is easy. Same is true for Vengeance. Same is true, for Eternal Equilibrium as well, the level 9. Like there's those kinds of cards warp the game. Now this card does not necessarily warp the game. It just makes you way better at doing the thing you were already doing. So it's very, very good for this character, but it's not like, oh, now like everybody else can take a back seat and watch you play. Whereas like Inferno is very much like, if you're somebody who's not playing the Spellweaver and you've got a level 9 Spellweaver in your game and they're playing Inferno, it's like sometimes you feel useless because it's like, what do I do? They're like, oh, it'd be really good if you could go early and generate fire for me. Thanks. Okay. Like things like that, where it kind of ruins the The game, whereas this doesn't. This just caps off the build. Like, it just makes... It just, you know, puts the cherry on top of the build, allows you to go crazy, but doesn't completely ruin everybody else's game experience around you, maybe. You know? Which those cards kind of do. You just went from being a 7 to being an 8 instead of Inferno, going from a 7 to a 15. It's just not a fun game experience, I think. Whereas this, I think, is a fun game experience. Because you're just making yourself better. And you can't do it immediately. So at least the rest of the team can enjoy doing their thing for a while before you know, then you turn up the heat and you go crazy in the second room and third room. Same with the summon, really, too. Yeah, this class is actually excellent. It's excellent. Really, really good. If you're not a level 9 spell, why show up to game night? Which is the problem of a too powerful level 9 card. Yeah. And, you know, we find ourselves in positions where we have to play other cards to, you know, make the game interesting. Because we have to, you know, this is the beauty. The beauty of a video game is that when something is too powerful, you just patch it out. Be like, no, we've learned from that now. Too many people are doing that. We patch it out. We change this. We'll do that. Unfortunately, with board games, you can do rules erratas, you can do FAQs, but really, the game is the game. When it's released, that's it. You get version 1.0, and that's what you get. You know, you might get some clarification on the rules, but you're not suddenly going to get a, oh, by the way, we're going to send you all out brand new cards that change the game and make it better. And, you know, no. Also, there's the inevitable Frosthaven 2.0. Yeah. I mean, and Frosthaven will be in a better position because of the lessons learned, but I'm sure there'll still be the odd thing here or there that everyone's like, Yeah. This class has two very distinct builds, very easy to follow. Both look a ton of fun to play. Both, I would say that the exosuit build probably does pull away towards the end as being the stronger build. However, it doesn't race away. It doesn't suddenly, like, it's not like you're level 5 and it's already better type deal. Like, it's the latter few levels, and some people might not even play to level 9. So, like, for the most part, they seem very, very close to each other in terms of power level, I think. For at least the majority of when you'll be playing them. So it doesn't, I wouldn't naturally think like, oh, you should play this build because it's stronger, because, well, depends on how long you plan on playing the character for and how you value what you want to play, right? The support stuff does seem a bit weaker to me. Like, there's kind of like the third build, which is the supporty build, does feel a little bit weaker to me. But again, maybe that's more to my play style and the way that I like to play the game and the way I view the game. I play the game very aggressively. I generally don't like playing support characters. Most of my favorite characters are attacking characters. I've always enjoyed that way of playing. And the support stuff in this is just standard support stuff. Like, it's not anything new that we've seen, except for maybe being able to give allies buffs across multiple rounds was kind of interesting. You know, giving them a repeatable shield or a repeatable retaliate. That was kind of interesting. And that heal and regenerate strengthen card was actually, like, that level 4 was really good value, like crazy good value. So, I mean, that's a very strong heal card. I mean, other builds may consider picking that up just because of how strong it was if you don't have a lot of healing in your party in general. But the rest of the support stuff was fairly bog standard, like support, which is to be expected. Unless you're specifically a support class that has support mechanics like prayers. That was more of a supporty type mechanic. I felt like that's going to happen. But it's there. But there is options there. So there's diversity in both builds to some degree too, because there is a few different choices you could make. And there's definitely cards from either build that you want in both of them, right? Like you want the rockets. I think you want Seeker missiles regardless of if you're playing the summon build or if you're playing the exosuit build. And then the clever part of that is they put, because both builds want this card, they put a really good support card in the other 7 slot. So if you are playing support, you've got it. Like this was really good way of cramming in two builds into a level 7 into a key kind of spot here. This is actually really a good match of 2 cards here. I know that we're obviously going to be taking this, and I think a lot of players will because it's the fun card, but you know, positioning this at this point was a good idea because you know that every player who's playing either of those 2 builds is going here, which means that you've got a whole card to dedicate to a completely different build, which they did, which I think was good. Sweet. So we've already looked at the perks, but I think we were going to look at, have you messaged me on Discord? Let me just check my Discord a second. We'll look at the summons. Look at the summon pictures quickly. Let me get them up. Oh, that's cool. There you go, chat. So those are the standees for the summons. I think the Chucky Boy's looking pretty good. Rocket's looking good. That is a lot of that's a big old standee. Did you like you haven't cut these down, or are you gonna trim these down? Because that is a big old standee. Some of these, I guess, they wouldn't fit on the standard hex. This one would, and this one would, and this one would, I think. Probably this one too, actually, and this maybe. They all look the same kind of width. So it's like double width. You only had 3 sizes available. This looks like it will probably be, I mean, I guess you could just put it down on a thing, but it might be like double width. The art is great. Yeah, the art in this game is great. The large one is stone golem size, I think. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe the perspective's off or something. They just look like they're way bigger. They look like they might be like almost two tiles compared to like that, for example. I think having summon standees is a huge improvement as well, just to like immersion in the game too. It's probably the quattro being small. It's putting everything out of whack. Yeah, I really wish this character was part of the base Crimsonscales. I mean, that would have been awesome. Yeah, I think this might be my favorite character so far. I think it might be. So that was the Quattro Artificer. Such a cool character. I really like the scrap mechanic on this character, making summons replayable, but you have to kind of build up a resource in order to play them, which means there's a little bit more investment there. It's not just play the card. You know, you have to kind of combo a little bit to get that scrap to then play them, and you're going to have to make sure that you kind of manage that resource really nice. I love it when characters really do that and expand on some of these themes. The Tinkerer was one of my favorite characters. It was a character that I started with. It's always had a kind of a fond place, even though it's maybe not the strongest, but it's always had a fond place in my heart because it was the first character that I played, and I loved the theme of it. And I'm just glad to see that there's kind of like a kind of almost like a version of that kind of character, but it's gone really hard on those kind of contraptions and summons and robots and stuff. I think that is really cool to see. So this one has definitely been one of my favorites to review and is very high on the kind of Crimsonscales hype list for me for when I start playing my physical game for sure. Don't forget to check out the links down below for the giveaway for Crimsonscales. Maybe upgrade your copy if you've already got one. Also check out the one for Rove, which is Alex's Games' new game that is coming to Kickstarter later this year in September. And I can confirm I've played it. It is actually really good, looking really, really promising. So I'm very much excited for that release. A big thank you again to everybody over on patreon.com/ManageRequest who does support me. I appreciate it so much. And Mike, for the legendary support, dude, that is awesome of you. Thank you so much. Also, don't forget all of the people over on Twitch at twitch.tv/ManageRequest who support me as well. I really appreciate it, guys. Come over there every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday if you'd like to catch me live. Wednesday is at the moment when I'm doing the Crimsonscales stream, so if you'd like to catch an episode of this live, come over on a Wednesday. Okay, all that's left for me to say is thank you all so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
Oh,
Scout
the
wins.
that's the blessing from Jeff.
Yeah.
That's the blessing
So,
from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?